of promptness today. So sit back, relax, and we have curated sessions for you. Our online audience, are you there?
I believe so.
If you're there, would like you to hashtag GS23 and let us know where you're logging in from. Thank you.
Beautiful. Like you said, we're the captain of this flight. Don't worry, we won't take you to Asaba instead of Abuja like it happened some days ago.
No, we're going to take you to our estimated departure. Now we're leaving now, and then we're going to arrive at 5 p.m. soon, so at the end of the day. So don't worry about that. We're going to lead you right through this GS23 flight.
Perfectly. So our special guests are going to come in to sit in a bit, but before we do that, we also like you to appreciate someone who is sitting close to you. Please give someone a good welcome this morning. Let it not just be us welcome people. If you've not met this person before, introduce yourself, say hello to them, give them a handshake, ask them where they are from. Did they travel from outside Abuja? How was their journey? How was the experience yesterday? Yes, how was the experience yesterday? Did they have a good time as well? If they're coming for the first time, also tell them that they're going to have a good time because yesterday was good. We're taking it higher today as well. All right. Another important information to pass across to everyone is this, that you can as well, I'm quite sure you have a copy of the agenda, right? If you do not, you can go ahead and download the NES virtual app. NES virtual app, just go to iOS or Play Store and download NES virtual. You will have information about all our proceedings for this summit.
So we'll be starting in a minute as our special and invited guests come in. The protocol is ushering them in. But I believe that's not enough introductions you have done this morning. Please turn to your right and to your left. Get to know the person sitting next to you and share experiences, especially for those who are just coming in for the first time today. So please keep networking. Thank you. So I believe we have spoken to the next person by our side, and we have gotten their contacts, and we are acquainted with them. So when I say GS23, that's the theme for this year, you are going to say building bridges. And when we say building bridges, there is a sign we make. How many people saw the sign yesterday? How many people? So we're going to do this. Building bridges. Is that clear? So GS23, building bridges. No, I cannot hear you. You need to be more enthusiastic, right? GS23, building bridges. Yeah, so we're here to build bridges. We have our online audience. They're letting us know where they're coming from. Yesterday we had over 1,000 online, and today we're expecting much more. So as our guests come in, please, I would like you to give them a round of applause, please, as our invited guests come in. We can do better than that, please. Thank you. And I have with me Josiah here, who is signing. He's the interpreter. Thank you, Josiah. You're welcome. As our dignitaries come in, you're welcome. As the protocol usher them to their seats, you're welcome. We'll give them 2 minutes to settle down, and then we'll get into the events of the day.
A very warm welcome to all our special guests. So we will start GS23 Day 2 right away. And as protocol demands, let's all rise to our feet for the national anthem.
Can we all rise?
If you're online, you should do this as well.
More music on Trendy Beat.
That wasn't part of it. You may please have your seats. Thank you very much. Just a few housekeeping here quickly before we forge ahead. If you, by any chance, are the owner of the car, BMW ABC 425EH, BMW Black ABC 425EH, we need you to repark right away, please, so you don't obstruct any important thing that needs to be done.
And please, we'd ask you to keep your belongings safe.
So we'd like to recognize the presence of the representative of the Social Development and Human Rights Practitioner, Mr. Fabia Ogumekon. Mrs. Fabia Ogumekon. She's a Social Development and Human Rights Practitioner. Mrs. Fabia Ogumekon, are you here? Thank you very much. Welcome. Good to see you. We also like to recognize the presence of Tony Bashir, partner at Banwa Nigodalo. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. We also like to recognize the presence of Madam Hamsatu Adegbite, Executive Director, Wimbies. Good morning. Thank you. As well, we also like to recognize the presence of Madam Wenyimi Eribo, Director General, Women Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture. Are you here? Good morning. Thank you. We also like to recognize the presence of Dolakwa Agbede, Disability Inclusion Advisor, Jonah PWD. Are you here? Dolakwa, good morning. We also like to recognize the presence of Madam Amina Oyagbola, Founder and Chairperson, Whisker. Good morning. That's Women in Successful Careers. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We also would like to recognize the presence of some of our special guests from, oh yes, perfect.
Okay,
Perfect.
so would like to recognize the presence of Aishatu Debola Aminu, Country Director, New Faces, New Voices. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
We'd also want to acknowledge Yetunde Moito, Head One Woman Sterling Bank. She's joining online. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
And we have Mr. Michael Ilisomi, the Senior Social Development Specialist at the World Bank. You're welcome, sir.
Very well. Oh, yes. Again, we also want to recognize the presence of the Senior Economist and Head Africa Gender Innovation Lab with the World Bank, Michael B. O'Sullivan. Good morning, sir. Good to see you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Please keep the round of applause warm. Thank you. Then we also like to recognize some persons from the academia who are here this morning. We have, representing the Provost of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Professor Olayinka Olushola Omigbodun. 3 representatives. We have Dr. Opeyemi Ajibola. Are you here, please? Dr. Opeyemi Ajibola, thank you for coming. We have also Taiwo. The writing is doctoral, so I really can't speak it very well. You'll allow me. But I think it's Taiwo Feyowa, right? Correct. And then we also have Timothy Ibe. Am I correct? Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Yes. So, move on to the next thing.
Okay, so as we have established protocol and we would introduce our guests as they come in, we're heading on to the next session. The next session is Building Bridges, Pathways for Inclusive Leadership in Trade and Health. So we're going to have a round table, and the moderator of that session is Fabia Ogumekan. Fabia Ogumekan is a social activist, a development activist. She is that woman. She is a lawyer. She is a go-getter, and she's going to be leading that session. And I would also like to call on the other moderator for the other breakout session, Tolulope Babajide. She's an Amazon. She is very enthusiastic about what she does. And that breakout session is going to be outside here. So I'll call them out to introduce and to call on their guests. They have 15 minutes for this session. So please feel free to join each of the breakout sessions. The first session would be here in the main hall, and the other session will be out there. So, Fabia, over to you.
Just to add to that very quickly, so the second session, like she said, is holding outside at Acacia A and B. The hall will be rightly tagged and named. The theme, or the theme for that session is Barriers and Opportunities to Women's Financial Inclusion in Nigeria. It will be tagged properly, so if you're going for that session, you're free to please move in that direction. The ushers will lead you directly to where it's going to be holding. Thank you very much.
Maybe we should leave it as extra.
No, it's fine. They'll all sit over there. Just invite them to stage.
Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure they've already been established protocols, so I will stand on all existing protocols. And from today, I will also be a social activist. I'm usually not known as a social activist. I'm more a gender and development specialist, but I'm happy to take that on from now. I'm a social activist. Okay, so I'd like to invite my panelists to please come up on stage. If I can ask Waymi Eribo, Women's Economic Inclusion Specialist, to please come up. And please, can we welcome them with a round of applause as they come up? Thank you. Hansatu Adewite, the Executive Director of WinBiz. Emeka Oyimadu, National Economist, UN Women. I don't know if he's online. He's supposed to be joining us online. We're not quite ready for you yet, Emeka, but I hope you are online. And Dolapo Agbede, Disability and Inclusion Advisor. And last but not the least, Toyin Bashir, partner at Banwo and Igodalo. Thank you. But before we go into the panel, we'll be having a 10-minute opening remark to set the context to the conversation by a very special person. I call her my boss of life, and that is in the person of Mrs. Amina Oyagbola, the founder and chairperson of Whisker, Women in Successful Careers. She'll be giving a short opening remark and setting the context to this conversation on pathways to inclusion from a leadership perspective around health and trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabia. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed participants. All protocols duly observed so that we can get straight into the reason why we're here today. Permit me to, first of all, extend a heartfelt welcome to the Policy Innovation Center Gender Inclusion Summit 2023. we find ourselves here today at the intersection of our current reality, progress for transformative change, as we engage with the very important theme of this summit, building bridges, advancing gender and inclusion through the intersection of trade and health. My deep appreciation extends to the Policy Innovation Center and the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, the conveners of this summit. And of this summit, which is, as we know, is an annual gathering of change makers worldwide. We are all actors here and active participants in a movement, a very important movement, to dismantle barriers and limitations and seek to bridge the chasm of inequality to move our nation forward. For as the UN Resident Coordinator for Humanitarian Affairs, Mr. Schmale, said, when you shine a spotlight on women empowerment, everybody's life will be better. So that's what this is all about. The intersection of trade and health is a crucible where the alchemy of progress occurs. Trade, as an economic force, can be a transformative catalyst for equality. But for this to happen, we must create the enabling environment and act with urgency. We must act now. We must take deliberate steps to develop and deploy the right structures, the right policies, the right processes and practices that will dismantle the systemic and entrenched biases and ensure the full and meaningful participation of women in our economy. Similarly, healthcare remains a huge challenge. Access to quality healthcare remains a privilege rather than a right, disproportionately affecting marginalized communities and deepening gender inequalities. We need to face these challenges head-on as a nation, acknowledging the asymmetries and meeting them with the unwavering determination and resilience. The Gender Summit 2023 theme of this breakout session, exploring pathways for inclusive leadership in trade and health, is a strategic imperative. The aim is to construct bridges, partnerships, and pathways to close the gaps in our understanding, to close the gap in our institutions, to close the gaps in our policies and in our actions regarding trade and health to advance gender equality and inclusion. It is a call to collective action and policy changes for transformative change to occur. Real progress is not measured by the achievements of the privileged few, but by the collective advancement of every single member of our society. How can you say that you are taking care of every single member of the society when you exclude 50% of that community? Let me share some statistics regarding trade and health that reveal the extent of the challenge. Only 34% of women engage in the labor force in Nigeria, compared to 50% of men. Furthermore, high maternal mortality rates of approximately 512 deaths per 100,000 live births persist till today, disproportionately affecting women, especially in the rural areas with limited access to adequate health care. While there is a predominance of women as healthcare workers, there are very few women in leadership and in decision-making, and these are the people who know where the shoe pinches. Female political representation, as we know, remains dismally and ashamedly low, with less than 7% of women holding positions in the National Assembly, with only three female senators out of the 109 senators. The figures are even worse in the State Assembly, and yet the 5 gender bills are yet to be passed. We hope and we trust that the 10th Assembly, under the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will make sure that they pass these bills and leave a historic legacy in our nation. Ensuring gender-inclusive leadership in trade and health involves implementing strategies and policies aimed at creating an environment that promotes equal opportunities and participation for all genders. Understanding that gender inclusion is a cross-cutting issue and ensuring gender mainstreaming and budgeting in the national planning process across all ministries, departments, and agencies. I have to say that for the first time ever in the development of the 2021 to 2025 medium to long-term National Development Plan, a Women Affairs work stream was created in 2020. I know this because I was privileged to have been invited to work with other distinguished members of that work stream as deputy coordinator under the leadership of Felicia Onibom, who was the coordinator. Very detailed work was done over several months, and useful recommendations were made. But then, the question today is whether the recommendations made, which include gender mainstreaming, have been implemented, and whether the required resources, budgetary resources, were allocated for tangible progress to be made. We understand that Mr. President is about to announce the budget. We wonder how much has been allocated to the issues that we'll be discussing and have been discussed at this gender summit. Where no funding is put behind any issue, it means that that issue is not a priority. We have to develop extensive strategies across all sectors to overcome these disparities and promote inclusive leadership. Creating gender-responsive policies, such as tailored financial services and market access, is one way to improve women's access to economic possibilities. It is also critical to prioritize healthcare projects that specifically cater to the needs of women, as well as education and skill development programs for women and girls. Achieving gender equality and inclusive leadership in Nigeria requires women to be empowered via leadership development programs and to be in an atmosphere that allows them to participate in trade and health sector decision-making. There are several tips that I have in terms of things that I could recommend we need to do, but I think that is the purpose of what this distinguished panel will be discussing today. But as the discussions go on, our discussions should revolve at this summit around 3 pillars: inclusive leadership, gender-inclusive programming, and education as pathways for growth. Concrete action in these areas will make a difference and create environments that empower all individuals, regardless of gender, to contribute meaningfully to trade and health and drive progress, innovation, and sustainable development across Nigeria and indeed Africa. But why inclusive leadership in trade and health in Nigeria? And why now in particular? First, because it directly influences the nation's economic prosperity and growth. SMEs and MSMEs are the engines of growth. Empowering women in trade and health not only expands the workforce, but also diversifies perspectives, enhancing innovation and productivity and GDP. When women have equal access to economic opportunities, it contributes significantly to poverty reduction and overall economic development. Secondly, fostering gender equality in healthcare ensures better health outcomes for families and communities, creating a healthier society overall. And thirdly, advocating for gender equality aligns with principles of human rights and social justice. It is a fundamental aspect of fairness and equality that ensures all individuals, regardless of gender, have the same rights, the same opportunities, and access to resources. Upholding gender equality reflects a commitment to global frameworks and international agreements aimed at fostering a more just and inclusive world. We also need to position ourselves as a nation to benefit fully from the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And to my mind, women inclusion is the silver bullet. So there are limited pathways for inclusive leadership in health and trade in Nigeria, and this is largely attributed to entrenched systematic barriers that hinder women's development, cultural norms, and societal expectations that continue to perpetuate traditional gender roles, therefore restricting women's access to leadership positions and for them to be productive and contribute meaningfully to the economy. Limited opportunities for education, training, and financial resources affect women's capacity to develop the requisite skills for leadership roles. Gender-based violence and biases within organizations and society also create significant hurdles constraining women's career progression in trade and healthcare. So, how do we address this gap? Well, there are a few suggestions that I want to make, which are quite simple. Through gender-inclusive programming in trade. And I want to give an example. My organization, Whisker, worked with UN Women on affirmative procurement for women-led and women-owned businesses, aimed at creating equitable opportunities and spaces that transcend traditional gender norms, ensuring that everyone has access to resources, to services and opportunities, regardless of their gender. Another example of gender-inclusive programming is the recent establishment of the $25 million private sector-led Gender-Based Violence Fund in Nigeria, which focuses on holistic approaches to address diverse gender needs and combat gender-based violence. We're still within the 16 days of activism, so this is particularly relevant. This initiative by UN Women and Whisker is geared to galvanize and unite the private sector entities and other stakeholders to invest and work towards preventing and responding to gender-based violence by generating and committing the required resources to establish safe reporting channels, provide training, offer survivor support services, and launch awareness campaigns challenging harmful gender norms. And within the private sector, such programs also involve policy development for safer workspaces, promoting equality, and ensuring equal career opportunities irrespective of gender, using the UN Women Empowerment Principles. I am proud to say that to date, 150 organizations have already signed up to the UN Women Empowerment Principles and are deploying impactful programs. And Whisker, was also implementation partners in that project. The private sector gender-based violence fund exemplifies a proactive and collaborative commitment towards fostering inclusion and safer environments, showcasing the impactful role of the private sector entities in gender-inclusive initiatives such as GBV in Nigeria. So as we explore more pathways for inclusive leadership, let us draw inspiration from the resilience of the communities we serve. Leadership is about service, it's about empathy, and it's also about an unwavering commitment to positively impact the lives of citizens. Our purpose today is about envisioning possibilities, crafting solutions, igniting a flame, and taking action that will drive innovation and illuminate pathways to address gender equality and women's empowerment for our socioeconomic growth and development. Let us build the bridges and structural foundations together for a just and equitable tomorrow and our collective prosperity. By implementing the right strategies and fostering a supportive environment that values diversity and inclusivity, Nigeria can progress towards achieving gender-inclusive leadership in trade and in the health sectors. It requires collective effort of everyone, all the actors, government, civil society, private sector, and individuals committed to this cause. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you to Nigeria Economic Summit Group and PIC. Thank you for your passion and your dedication to moving the needle concerning gender equality and women's empowerment. May our ideas and discussions today, this morning, and the rest of the afternoon transform into policies and initiatives and programs and actions that resonate on a global scale and that we will make Nigeria great again. Thank you for listening as I look forward to the insightful contribution.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we please give her another round of applause? Mrs. Oyagbala has already very nicely set the scene and the context for our conversation today with those opening remarks. And so, dear panelists, our job is to delve a little bit deeper with I think we have, yes, about half an hour. And we would like to leave at least 5 minutes for audience questions. I hope Emeka is online. Please advise so that I know exactly when to bring him in. So let's get started. And let me start with you, Waimi. As a women's economic inclusion specialist, and thinking around our theme, pathways for inclusive leadership in trade and health, I would like you to just set the context very briefly on what inclusive leadership means to you. If we could just unpack that very briefly and then, try to link it up.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Good to be here. I think inclusive leadership for me is really just, ensuring that everybody's voice is heard, ensuring that, the needs and requirements of everyone is heard. I think it's just creating an enabling environment that actually ensures that, we're carrying everyone along. I think most importantly, one of the things that I really want to stress is inclusive leadership is ensuring that the voices on the table are not making decisions that influence and affect the lives of other people whose voices are not represented on the table. So when you're talking about inclusive leadership, you also want to talk about ethical leadership, right? Are we ensuring that we're doing what is right and not necessarily what is easy or what is just what seems nice? So I think for me, it will really be that, just ensuring that you are carrying the voices of everybody and ensuring that no voice or no one is left behind.
Excellent. And I like the point you make about ethical leadership because oftentimes we really don't sort of stretch it, stretch that term in the fullness of what it can be. So I really like that also of integrating the point of ethical leadership. Hansat, if I could pass that same question to you, your thoughts on inclusive leadership as we begin to shape the conversation.
I would say inclusive leadership is authentic. It is a leadership that is empathetic because you need to understand in whatever position you are, what the issues are with various stakeholders. So you must be a listening kind of leader with an understanding of what is on ground. You must be flexible and adaptable when you are, I would take it from being an inclusive leader, not just the inclusivity of leadership in itself. But it's a leadership that understands the diversity, the equity, and the inclusion that is needed in whatever type of space or sector or context that we are in. But it's also a leadership that is collaborative, understanding that you can't run that mile alone. And at the same time, I've come to realize that your approach to things must be without bias. You must understand that you have to approach things differently. And that's why inclusive leaders must be listeners, because they need to understand what all stakeholders have in their stomachs, as they say, so that when they are taking any kind of decision or leading in any kind of way, they are able to do that in terms of addressing core biases in a way that it's not offensive to all, but you are able to drive home the kinds of things that are needed to move forward. So I think for me, in a nutshell, that would be it, and they must be effective communicators.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So we've heard some definitions, some words on the table. I'll throw them out. Authentic, empathetic, ethical, ensuring that all voices are on the table are some of the things we've heard. There's been many more. But Dolakwa, can I come to you and also ask you for your interpretation of inclusive leadership?
Thank you, Fabia. So for me, inclusive leadership is a safe space for the identified talents that you are coalescing for a specific objective to thrive. And again, of course, I speak through the lens of impairments, disability. I identify as a blind woman. I was not born blind, but acquired this impairment due to glaucoma. So quick plug, everyone, please check your eye pressures. Blindness due to glaucoma, can be prevented. Early detection, please take care of yourself. But again, I will quickly come to the point that when I acquired my impairment, I was already working, right? I identified for this panel does not need Dolapo to see. They just need, in every space, Dolapo to bring her strengths. So when you have a leader that can pick the strengths of everyone that is in their team, whether they have an impairment or not, or whether life is happening to them or not, and who can pull on all strengths to make sure the objectives of whatever activity is met, that is an inclusive leader.
Okay, so I'll come back to you, Amy. And having now set the context in terms of inclusive leadership, all voices on the table, our conversation is about trade and health. And of course, inclusion, I would like to say, just make the point that this is a gender summit, and inclusion is not just about women, even though we know that we are highly marginalized in the sector when it comes to trade and health. So I know that we'll be tailoring a lot of our conversations, obviously, to the impact on women, women-led businesses and co, but obviously we want to make the conversation inclusive. So Waimi, enabling laws and policies, we heard from Mrs. Oyabola's remarks. We have a lot that already exists, and we'll be talking about some of those laws and policies today when I come to you, Toyin. But the issue is, again, like Mr. Yabola alluded to, it's the practicalizing often of those laws and policies. So from your experience, can you even speak a little bit perhaps on some of those laws that exist in terms of women's participation in business and enterprise? And how effective have those laws had the desired effect? I think we know some of the answers, but if you could just dig deep a bit into that particular issue.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think we can't necessarily talk about women's involvement in trade and business without necessarily alluding to financial inclusion for women and education, which she rightly spoke about. And so when we talk about policies, last year, the Federal Executive Council approved the revised National Gender Policy, which speaks to or now addresses better issues around gender inequality, women's economic inclusion, and social inclusion for women across different sectors, and even provides guidelines on how to mainstream gender across the different sectors of the economy. But I think for me, one of the ones that really speaks out was in 2018, the Central Bank of Nigeria released a comprehensive framework that speaks to women's financial inclusion. And that framework really just provides global best practices on how to, tailor women's economic inclusion, across, the sectors, different sectors of the economy. And then it also speaks to how, we can push women's businesses to be more sustainable and to grow, right? And then also provides, some recommendations on how to overcome the barriers that women businesses face. But I think the emphasis for me for this framework was that the framework spoke very clearly and said that the different segments of women should be treated as distinct customer groups. And this is extremely important for me because in the work that we do, across women's economic empowerment, there's this conversation that we always have, and it is that you cannot create a blanket solution for women because women, first of all, in their own lives are in different life cycles. Their businesses are in different life cycles. So if you create a one-size-fits-all approach to solving women's economic issues or women's issues around, businesses, it's definitely not going to work. If we look at data, we find that there's over 40% of people who run MSMEs in Nigeria are women. In that, you also find that there's the bucket of most of those businesses are nano and micro businesses, right? And you find that, I like to say that these businesses are in the dark because a woman who is running a nano business or a micro business, first of all, doesn't have adequate financial records, doesn't have assets, and which means that they cannot access financial products and services that are available. And we do know that in Nigeria, most of the financial services that are available are either bank or non-bank-led, solutions that are available, as opposed to telco-led solutions that you find across, several other African countries. And so when you, with all of this, you find that the gap for women's access to financial products continues to stand. It's closing, but not as fast as we would expect it to be. And then you bring that back into, even running formal businesses, then you now have to start dealing with the extra levels of taxes, of compliance, of regulations. These are even regulations that businesses in general cannot, what's that word I'm looking for? And then you find that especially for women, it's worse. I think there was a research that I was reading around, and I saw that over 70% of businesses in Nigeria cannot provide detailed business plans and cannot provide detailed financial records to access financial products. And we know that these are two of the most stringent requirements that any financial institution will require of you as a business person to access loans. And so for me, it's extremely important that we continue to use data to in the decisions that we're making and how we're building these policies. I think also in 2017, Smedan released a report that said that 51% of women-led businesses cannot provide detailed business plans. So I think this is where education also comes in. A woman who is not educated cannot provide a detailed business plan. A woman who is not financially literate cannot provide you with whatever it is financial requirements that the banks or the financial institutions require from businesses. So of course, just like Madam said, there are a lot of policies. There are robust policies. Now, if it comes to policies in Nigeria, we do have these policies that speak to the issues. But like she also said, it then boils down to the implementation. So while these robust policies are there, are we really implementing them? And are we drilling down enough to ensure that we're able to create solutions that really reach women where they are? It's one thing to create a solution. It's one thing to say there are policies. It's one thing to say, we're providing interventions for these women. But are you providing it at a level that they can actually benefit? So of course there are the policies, but then we need more implementation. Really, that's the summary of everything.
Excellent. I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you very much. And so, still on implementation. And I know one of the things that you brought out was, for example, issues around tax, right? Which is, and you know where I'm going to next, and who I'm coming to next, right? So issues around tax. And one of our esteemed panelists, was recently appointed onto the Presidential Committee on Taxation. Madam Hansatu, you sit in a privileged opportunity to create not just an enabling environment, but also something practical, really, that can sort of alleviate some of these challenges that Waimi has spoken to. And of course, taxation is good. There is an economic, reason for why there is the concept of taxation in the first place. But for a lot of big businesses, it can be a nuisance. For a lot of small businesses, it's simply just impossible to navigate. It becomes a bottleneck, So in terms of the work that you're doing so far, and of course, sitting in the capacity of also building capacity for women businesses through your work at WIMBIZ, can you speak to some of those practical strategies that perhaps in the coming year or years, we will see really making a change in the women's economic landscape?
Thank you. First of all, let me mention that I am not here alone on that tax committee. The CEO of NESG, Tayo, is with me on that committee. And ironically, he's on my organ on the top there because our subcommittee, he's the vice chairman there. So I have a very able colleague in the room. But having said that, I think just generally, I do respect the chairman of the committee, the overall committee, because he was able to galvanize almost every expert that you can think of in every space of tax, from academia, all those that are the real practitioners. And then obviously, they also considered the gender representation, and that is one of the reasons I am also there in terms of sort of representing women in business. But again, what we have done, or what the chairman has done, is that he was able to look at our assignment from three main pillars. there's the actual physical management and so governance. And so when you are looking at that, it's around looking at our budget, our expenditure, where is all that money going to? Another thing we're also looking at, obviously, is revenue transformation. And then we are looking at the economic growth. Of course, I know that trade will fall under that. But again, when you look at those pillars, we're also looking at the dimensions around them. And there are about 5 or so dimensions. And I will mention that one of the things that was done was that each of these dimensions has a subcommittee. And those subcommittees are really digging deep and identifying all the, in fact, a lot of research has gone on into it. Everything that has been done from inception, every committee that has worked around tax, fiscal policy, and the rest over the years under different presidents and so on and so forth. And the question is, what has been done so far? Why has it worked? Why hasn't it worked? What were the barriers for implementation, and so on and so forth? So we're looking at fiscal management, we're looking at revenue mobilization, we're looking at tax policy review, so the national tax policy review, tax law reforms. We're also looking at fiscal competitiveness and economic growth, which is the subcommittee that we're under. We have various deliverables and timelines, the 30-day, which was submitted to Mr. President. We have the 3-month, 6-month, then the 12-month, because it's a 12-month, 1 full year assignment. Yeah. But then I will say that with all the things that we have done so far, and we do have, unbelievably, we meet every single week, every week. All the subcommittees meet every week, and then I think the general group meets. But one of the things that we're at now is the stage for stakeholder engagement. Of course, we had sent out a survey to, in fact, the general public, for people to submit their own written memorandums, but then again, the
I'm assuming the survey is gender responsive.
Fabia, one of the things I would have expected would be for people like you to help us also fill those surveys, because I think one of the feedback I was even giving was that quite a low percentage of women had filled that form, but we did send it out several times. I mean, it's all over the public space, both on social media and all manner of publications. And even we as an organization, we circulated it across so many women groups. But I will say that we are now going to go into the stage of direct stakeholder engagement across the nation. And a lot of communication will be released in due time, within a few weeks in that regard.
Okay, excellent. I think we can applaud the work of what the Tax Reform Committee is doing. Yeah. We are looking forward to seeing and being a part of that stakeholder engagement, because I think there's real value there in hearing from the voices of the affected in the spirit of inclusive leadership. So thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on that. Tony, let me come to you quickly. I've got someone in my ear already telling me that we're running out of time, but we must be inclusive, and so I will draw on another 5 minutes. And I do note that Emeka is online. Emeka, good morning. We'll come to you shortly. So Toyin, again, still speaking around enabling environment, you were a pioneering member of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC, which is the implementing arm set up to drive ease of doing business. And I'm happy that PEBEC has been institutionalized, and there is still sustainability behind that council. I'd like you to speak on the work very briefly, and how this been focused around, or I think it's been focused around potential investors coming into Nigeria and the ease of doing business for them, but also how perhaps has that work touched on MSMEs?
Good morning. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you. Firstly, I should acknowledge thanks to the Policy Innovation Center for the kind invitation to speak on this panel. For purposes of participants, I think it's also very important for I contextualize in terms of the work. You may all recall that in 2016, when the new government came into power, Nigeria was essentially coming out of a recession. And so one of the blueprints for economic recovery was the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, the ERGP. And so under that particular plan, there was firstly diversification of the economy, that is moving away from oil to look for additional income streams for the government. There was also investing in our people because, of course, our population, broadly speaking, human capital development. And then the last pillar was competitiveness. And under competitiveness, there was hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure. And of course, hard infrastructure is what we know, roads, power, and the likes. But for the first time, there was a strategic move to look at the soft infrastructure. In this case, was the enabling business environment, how easy it is for businesses, both in Nigeria and also in terms of attracting FDAs for the foreign ones. So actually, Fabia, the focus was actually on the MSMEs, because the idea is that if the MSMEs are able to access services, then it's also easier for the large corporates to do so. And I guess maybe because one of the interventions was around the World Bank doing business, and so it sort of like had an international flair. But essentially the focus was on MSMEs because the case for it was very clear. MSMEs, 90% of businesses, highest employers of labor, and also, of course, the fact that they contribute significantly to the GDP. So essentially it was against this backdrop, really, that the over 180 reforms that was implemented over the years. I mean, I served as the head of legal intervention for the PEMEC Secretariat, essentially leading reforms in law, so the regulations, judiciary, as well as, of course, as well as legislative reforms. So it was against this backdrop that those reforms were actually implemented. So in practical terms, for instance, how it directly relates to economic activity. So for instance, you can take NAFDAC for an example. Clearly, there was a case for NAFDAC becoming more transparent in terms of, so the pure water business owner wants to license their product, how easy can they actually tell the documents, how long it would take, what is the process. So transparency was big, and so ensuring that they're able to access that information and also that they're basically on a time basis. Then we also have the reforms, for instance, in relation to registration of businesses. I mean, so making it more accessible, definitely to Nigerians, meant that some businesses were moving from the informal sector to the formal sector, which then meant that those businesses were now accessing finance, and so they were able to either start or essentially scale up their businesses as a result of formalizing their businesses. And of course, on the flip side, we also have government access to additional revenue, which can be used for the development plans. And then we have also, for instance, again, in terms of judiciary, the small claims court. For the first time in Nigeria, there was a small claims court that was set up, essentially targeted as really at MSMEs, because the financial threshold was a maximum limit of 10 million. And the idea is that where businesses are owed money, they're able to access the small claims court to actually lodge their claims and get judgment within 60 days. And I'll use Lagos State as an example, Lagos State being the pioneer state that actually set up the small claims court. As a result of this court, over 6,000 cases have been determined over a 60-day period. And then we have so many states that have taken this on board. Even more recently on Monday, Oyo State Judiciary launched their own small claims court. Then even more recently, in terms of legislative reforms, we have the Business Facilitation Act. I mean, so the act went further to codify the provisions of the executive order on transparency and efficiency in the federal civil service. We know that a lot of small businesses have interactions with federal ministries, departments, and agencies, whether in terms of licensing, and I've used the example of NAFDAC, for example. And so it was very important also to ensure that those provisions were codified and in that way is institutionalized, essentially making provisions to ensure that these ministries, departments, and agencies publish processes, documents, essentially, and also sign service level agreements with the public on timelines. This way to ensure that businesses can actually get their license, can plan, firstly, certainty in that process, and then they can also access those services and of course, essentially to then affect economic activity. So it's really connecting the dots that once that these reforms are really targeted at trade activities to promote economic activities, and that in implementing those reforms, the idea is that more MSMEs are able to either access those services, access finance, or scale up. So essentially, that's how it has directly affected MSMEs.
Thank you very much. Please, can we acknowledge that contribution from Toyin? So, Toyin, I'm just still going to stay with you. And clearly, a lot of good work has been done by PEBEC, and it's great. I don't know how many people know of the work, and so it's great to have a platform like this where we can showcase some of this work. And I think that's speaking, particularly for MSMEs, the fact that it provides a level of certainty and planning, I think is something that definitely is good to hear. But I wanted to also ask, so obviously a lot of work has been done, a lot of work still needs to be done. Where do you see the next steps, for example? What else needs to be done? I also tasked you on, so MSMEs, yes, but of course, we've heard that 40% of women, of that SME pool, is actually women-led and women-driven. Was there any sort of thinking around how gender responsive in terms of the specific needs of women's businesses? And if so, or if not, what do you see as the next steps?
Okay, so the approach really was to, in terms of the reforms, was to approach it on a more systemic level. So, which is why I had mentioned that MSMEs, if they're able to access the services, whether they were men-led or women-led, it then meant that women would also access those services. And if I may draw on some of the statistics, as you know, more recently, the State of Entrepreneurship report that the Faith Foundation launched recently, and I was privileged to serve on the technical committee for the State of Entrepreneurship Policy Dialogue, which held a couple of weeks ago. And it drew on some, and I do invite everyone to do read it and essentially get the gains in terms of where we are in the country. One of the things that was instructive for me that was highlighted in the report was the fact that women were outperforming men-led businesses, a ratio of about 73 to 70%,
Nice.
in spite of the obstacles and the challenges that we all recognize that women-led businesses are facing. Also, the fact that new businesses, women accounted for about 42% of new businesses, and it was also an upward movement in the current year under review, which showed that there has been some, so a combination, of course, collaboration and so many things, not just even the PEBEC-led reforms, but essentially all efforts in terms of stakeholders to ensure that we move the needle on the economy. So there's been movement around that, and it hasn't been gender-focused, other than support elevating conversations by organizations like BOI or Smeden, I think, also launched some women-focused financing. So other than that, really, it is now very critical that on a going forward basis, given what we know, the fact that women businesses, like I said, are performing. Also, I think I saw a World Bank report that said that in Africa is the only continent where more women opt to be entrepreneurs than men. And so in itself, there is, I would like to always say that it's one economy. So if we're seeing statistics that are showing the potential for women, then it is imperative that as a leader or someone involved in policy formulation at every step, we then look at those policies right from the onset with a gender lens, because there's a commercial case for it, and I think that's the most compelling, because we all go to the same markets, right? And so on a going forward basis, it is therefore very imperative that as we're formulating, in this case, as PEBEC will be formulating reports, the expectation is that it would also focus on how to decouple those challenges that have been identified to ensure that women are able to access and get the benefits of these reforms based on their own peculiarities. So that would be the case for going forward in terms of a more inclusive approach for development.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, and in the spirit of inclusion, I think, Emeka, I'm coming to you now. Thank you for joining. Emeka, can you hear me? Okay, excellent. I hope we can all hear him. All right. So, Emeka, as an international, you come from the international development perspective, and you work with a coordinating agency that has footprints around the areas of women's economic empowerment and women's health. And you are a key collaborator, actually, to a number of us on this panel. Can you share insights, please, from your work on affirmative procurement, speaking specifically to that? And secondly, your work around women's health as an organization, where you see the linkages really in improving women's access in terms of policy to trade and health. And yes, I'd like you to just make those links for us, if possible. And you have 2 minutes. Thank you. Sir, can we have sound for Emeka, please? I can hear him, but I'm not sure the audience can. Sir, please go on, Emeka. Sorry, Emeka, your sound has literally just come on. So if you could just start again. And that's my time that has been taken. So I'm adding 2 minutes back, please. Okay, so you were speaking about the work in terms of, and the work with AFDB. Please start again. Emeka, if you can just, Emeka, so sorry, if you could just land it in another minute. I've got the timekeeper in my ear. Thank you very much. Please, can we acknowledge Emeka's contributions? Thank you. And Emeka, please do stay online. We'll be moving to Q&A very shortly. Well, now. So please, if you have any questions, kindly please work with our resource persons in the room to please pass your questions up on stage. I think we have 5 or 10 minutes to take 1 or 2 questions. But Dolakwa, while the questions are coming up, let me just hear from your perspective. You are a woman, in leadership, and you wear different hats. What is missing, perhaps, from these conversations that we've been having, from the unique hats that you wear, especially in this conversation of enhancing women's opportunities to access trade opportunities and also the impact on health?
Thank you, Fabia. So what I would say, let me quickly throw out a statistic. So if we assume that Nigeria's population is 200 million, right? And they say that the component for disability is approximately 15%, assumptions. That means you're talking about a community that is about 30 million. 30 million is too huge not to consider, either from the context of trade or health. And if we talk about women, and I think we all agree that we are almost 50%, right? So that means 50 million women minimum are women with disabilities. Why is this very important to note? Across all conversations, what we advocate at JONAPID, that is the Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities, that's the umbrella body where I have the privilege to serve as a disability inclusion advisor. What we advocate for is it is truly more pragmatic, more cost effective, more universally inclusive to plan for all of us in every program, every intervention, or even any dialogue that is being held. Why? Even for those who are healthy today, we're all typically just an incident away from an impairment. That is not to scare us, but we are saying that the women, the youth, the community with disabilities are demanding more fulfilling and meaningful lives, opportunity, work, opportunities for patronage. Because what's the use of fighting really hard to have the right skills and competencies, to have your business, and then in the end, nobody is purchasing from you, from your services or your goods. But if we embed and make sure that we support the community that we currently serve, where we're present across the 36 states, plus FCT. Today we have a very progressive president in Jonapid and a very strong technical secretariat that is supporting all organizations that are willing to mainstream what they are doing. Now, you can imagine that if we take this mainstreaming approach, not only do you tick the boxes of making sure that you are catering to everyone, you are truly breathing life into a community that has been underserved. I think I would the last thing I will say is, it is really, really important to approach this, because within the community, I'm sure we all know we go to the same markets. We're buying the same tomato at the same price. There's no special market for people with disability. We're in the same spaces, and we want to have the same good quality and opportunities across our trade and even our health opportunities as citizens with disability. I feel sometimes we are a bit disassociated when we say we want to involve persons with disabilities. But could we, as I close, I'll begin to think of talents with disabilities, citizens with disabilities, mothers with disabilities, children with disabilities, conglomerate owners with disabilities. Maybe by the time that humanizes it a bit for us, all of us will do what is needful. Thank you, Fabio.
Okay, so we have run out of time, so unfortunately we cannot take any questions, but please, if there are any questions for the panelists, we are still hanging around after this, so do meet us, meet the panelists and interact, and we can answer some of your questions, and of course you can forward questions to the Policy Center to collate. We've had some really good conversations. I'm sorry we can't take closing statements, panelists. I've got the timekeeper in my ear. But I think we've had really good conversations today. We've talked about some solutions around tax reform, stakeholder engagement, very important. Affirmative procurement as a real practical solution to getting more women-led businesses on the table. Public sector partnerships, very critical. A lot of capacity building work still needs to be done. We need to work on the demand and supply side, especially on the demand side. So even when we have some of these policies, ensuring that women are actually ready, women's businesses are ready to access these opportunities, very important. We need to ensure that all voices are on the table, because like Dolapo said, we are all one incident away from an impairment. So we need to make sure that our, the policies that we frame are inclusive, and we're constantly thinking inclusion. Women's economic success, there's a direct correlation to our health. We didn't have an opportunity to really unpack the health issue, but there is a direct correlation between wealth and health. And of course, health for women is health for our families and for societies. So all that's left for me to do is to thank our esteemed panel. Thank you, Emeka. Thank you, Dolapo. Thank you, Toyin. Thank you, Hansatu. Thank you, Weimi. And thank you to Mrs. Oyagbala, who also set the context for us. We hope that we'll continue having these conversations as we go forward, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Great job. Picture. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Okay, Doctor, sorry, 1 minute. We have Dr. Sasui. Please go in the middle, ma'am. Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause? We can do better than that. GS23. Oh, did we forget? GS23, building bridges. As we were seated, we had distinguished personalities join us. We have with us His Royal Majesty, Eze Miringwe, Vice Chairman, Abia State Traditional Ruling Council, Chairman, Ungwa Council of Traditional Rulers, Eze Berigweo, And we have with us too His Royal Highness Love Ariwodu Wogu. He's here with us. He's the past chairman of the Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers, Eze Berigwe. And we have also with us here Her Excellency Annette Gonter. She's the German ambassador to Nigeria. You're welcome, Your Excellency. So right about now, tea is ready. Our distinguished guests, members of the high table, please, you will be led to the VIP holding where you will be served tea. And the rest of us, please, you go to the ballroom 4 and outside there. Yes, thank you. So we'll go out and have tea. 10 minutes, please, and we will be back here. Today is loaded, and we have curator sessions for you all. So looking forward to seeing you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Mun kira ku kasancewa Agenda da Inclusion Summit ta shekarar 23 a Abuja a ranar 18 zuwa 19 ga Nuwamba. A cikin Summit za a samu damuwa don taimakon Gender da Inclusion. GS 13 ginin gada.
Igbo kwenu. Ana m eme ka unu mara ma sonyekwa n'ọgbakọ a na-akpọ Gender and Inclusion Summit nke na-ebido n'abalị 28 ruo n'abalị 29 nke Nọvemba 2023. Isiokwu anyị bụ iwulite ogwe okike na nsonye site na njikọ ịzụ ahịa na ahụike. Ana m n'anya ịhụ unu niile ebe ahụ. GS23 iwulite ogwe okike.
On behalf of the 2023 BINTA Fellows, we are excited to invite you to the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2023. BINTA for Gender.
Building bridges.
My country people, I greet you now. My name na David Oga. E get one ogbonge event wey dey happen on the 28th and 29th of this month, November. 2023 Gender and Inclusion Summit. The theme na building bridges, where we go dey advance gender and inclusion through the intersection of trade and health. No go zuzu o, I wan see you there. GS23, where we go dey build bridges.
Hello everyone, my name is Jessica, and the gap I want to see bridged in the Gender and Inclusion Summit is the agricultural value chain. GS23, building bridges.
Policy Innovation Center is inviting you to the Agenda and Inclusion Summit happening live here in Abuja. You are all encouraged to participate in this program because it will be a collaborating event for gender and inclusion. So I want you all to register and be part of this program, which will be an avenue for us to voice out for the full inclusion of gender and economic policy in the nation. Please register and be part of this, as it is important. It will be happening live here in Abuja on the 28th and 29th of November 2023.
Ẹ ǹlẹ́ o, orúkọ mi ni Àjíbọ́lá Àdìgún, ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n nípa ìṣèjọba ní Policy Innovation Center. À ń pè yín sí Gender and Inclusion Summit 2023 tí yóò wáyé ní ọjọ́ 28 àti 29 November 2023 ní ìlú Àbújá. Ní ìpàdé yìí, a ó máa pa ohùn pọ̀ láti mú ìlọsíwájú bá takọtabo àti mùtúmùwà. Ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa.
Sannunku, sunana Toyin Umaru, na aiki a Policy Innovation Center. Mun kira ku kasancewa a Gender da Inclusion Summit ta shekarar 23 a Abuja a ranar 18 zuwa 19 ga Nuwamba. A cikin summit za a samu damuwa don taimakon gender da inclusion. GS 13 ginin gada.
Igbo kwenu, ana m eme ka unu mara ma sonyekwa n'ọgbakọ a na-akpọ Gender and Inclusion Summit nke na-ebido n'abalị 28 ruo n'abalị 29 nke Nọvemba 2023. Isiokwu anyị bụ iwulite ogwe okike na nsonye site na njikọ ịzụ ahịa na ahụike. Ana m ele anya ịhụ unu niile ebe ahụ. GS23 iwulite ogwe okike.
Hi, my name is Nafisa Atiku from the Sheikh Musayada Foundation, and I look forward to learning about the future is now, prioritizing education, learning, and empowerment for girls at the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2023. It promises to be a super amazing and innovative time, and I look forward to seeing every single one of you there. GS23, building bridges.
Good day, and thank you for joining us today on the Building Bridges channel. My name is Alachi Regina, and I'm your anchor for today. We bring you a special preview of the upcoming Gender and Inclusion Summit 2023, set to take place in Abuja. The excitement is mounting as global leaders, activists, and experts prepare to converge in.
My name is Dr. Amina Aminu Dorei, Country Director for Pathfinder International in Nigeria. For more than 58 years, Pathfinder has been advocating for the improvement of
time. All right, that's fine. All right.
Nigeria.
Announcement, everyone, please. Time is up for tea. Let's reconvene in the main hall. If you're hearing this and you're at any of the tea points or you're having tea outside, please let's come back inside the main hall. Let's return. We're kicking off in a minute. So everyone from all the sessions outside, please, all the rooms outside, if you're in the breakout room, if you're at the tea point, if you're outside at the foyer or the lobby, anywhere, please let's return inside. You're free to bring your tea inside if you have to or if you must, okay? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. And so I'll be standing there and speaking in here.
Yes, speaking to the mic. Please, let's return inside. Can I have all the ushers ensure that everybody returns inside? We're starting right away. Can I have all the ushers at the T points? Let's direct everybody back inside. Right away, please. Please. You're free to bring your tea into the main hall if you must. Can we wrap up, please? Are we done? All right. Thank you. Please, one more time, for the last time now, I'm announcing, if you're still at the T points, please, let's return to the hall right away. Okay, we're commencing the next session, and we will not need to wait any longer. We don't want to drag things. We want to finish in good time today. So please, wherever you are in this facility and you're here for the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2023, please, let's make our way down into the hall, all right? I'd like all the ushers outside and all the protocol team to please guide everyone back, lead everyone back into the hall. We are commencing the next session right away. So please do take your seats. If you're still at the T points, let the ones at the T points also guide people back in. We are commencing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If you're still contemplating, you're free to bring your tea in, okay? And then we can move on. Thank you very much. Thank you as you come back into the hall. Thank you as you all make your way back into the main hall. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, more people are coming in now. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. You may please have your seats so we can forge ahead. Thank you. Thank you as you make your way back to the hall. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're getting more traction. Thank you so much. I'd like to announce to all our special guests to please make their way into the main hall. Please let all our special guests kindly come into the hall. We're starting off right away. We're waiting for you to join us so that we can commence the next session. So let everyone else, if you're having tea, it's time to come back inside. Let's settle in so we can move on. And all our special guests, please, wherever you are, kindly make your way into the hall so we can continue the session and have a wonderful time and finish in good time today. Let all our special guests come in, please. All right, if you're coming back into the hall, if you were here before, please, I observed that some of us still left our bags and our laptops in the hall while you went for tea. Angels are on assignment, but not necessarily for this. So I want to encourage you to please make sure that your properties are well catered to or attended to. Do not leave your phones, do not leave your bags, do not leave your laptops unattended to, please. I crave your indulgence to do this. Quite a number of persons lost some things yesterday, and we don't want a repeat of that. All right? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let all our special guests please come in. We're waiting for you to come in, and then we can move forward. Okay, still waiting on a few of our special guests who are around already. Please, let's come into the hall and settle down so we can proceed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Waiting on all our special guests. You are the ones we're waiting for now. And every other person who has come to attend this wonderful summit, GS23, please ensure that you're here. And by the way, let's not forget, the hashtag to use is GS23. It's boldly printed behind your agenda, the copies of your agenda. It's also available there on the boards here and there all around the place. Let's go ahead and chat, bring out your phones, take a picture of yourself, share your experience online, either on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, and do tag us, tag the Policy Innovation Center, tag the NESG, okay? Let's know how your experience has been thus far in this wonderful summit. So don't hesitate to do that. Get online, use the hashtag GS23, talk about your experience at this summit, and let's have a wonderful time telling everybody about how it's going, okay? Talk about your learnings too. It's really important for you to do that. For those of us who are online, thank you so much for being there. We want to hear from you. Don't hesitate to share your thoughts. We're going to capture some of them, your thoughts, your questions, whatever it is. Let's have them in the course of this summit. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome back from tea. Can we settle down so we have the next event? So GS23, building bridges. Did we forget? So we want the sign. So GS23, building bridges. So we'll go again. GS23, building bridges. So now we'll welcome the Chairman, Policy Innovation Center, Mr. Udeme Ufot, to give us the welcome speech. You're welcome, sir. Can we give him a round of applause, please? You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome you to the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2023, convened by the Policy Innovation Center of the Nigeria Economic Summit Group. Hello, you can hear me? I wish to thank you all for coming, supporting, participating, and lending your voice to this crucial national theme and discourse. I especially like to acknowledge and thank Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for accepting our invitation to accentuate the conversations about gender and inclusion in our nation. I believe she's still on her way. I am delighted to address you in my opening remark on this day, which marks a significant event to us all and is indeed a major stride towards the collective effort in creating the egalitarian society we all seek. We are proud of the PIC, NELG. We are proud that the PIC, NLG has taken this bold step in leading one of history's most important conversations. The Gender and Inclusion Summit was conceptualized in 2022 as an annual event to provide an inclusive platform to explore transformative ways to advance gender responsiveness, governance, and inclusion in Africa. Last year at the first Gender and Inclusion Summit, our theme was connecting the dots for a gender-inclusive society. This year, we have evolved from connecting the dots to building bridges, as underscored by the theme for this year's summit. Building bridges, advancing gender and inclusion through the intersection of trade and health. Health as an investment for economic return and must be situated in conversations about economic prosperity, especially for developing economies such as Nigeria. It is therefore important to deliberate on how women, men, children, persons with disabilities, and vulnerable populations are differently affected by trade, investment, and health policies and interventions to facilitate the advancement of a gender-inclusive society. Our objective at the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2023 is to critically and comprehensively examine these issues and together identify effective strategies to advance gender and inclusion by exploring innovative approaches to bridge access gaps and promote shared prosperity. The objective, direction, and scope of this summit is adequately corroborated by evidence. According to the World Bank, there are gender differences in labor participation rate in Nigeria, with 65.5% among men compared to 52.1% among women. These gender disparities are also reflected in business ownership, political leadership, rate of vulnerable employment, use of mobile phone, and ownership of bank accounts. With respect to health care, Nigeria has one of the highest maternal mortality rates globally. Recent estimates indicate that 1,047 per 100,000 Nigerians are dimensionally poor. This implies that in addition to lack of income, they lack access to basic amenities such as health care, education, adequate sanitation, and clean cooking fuels. About 80% of these Nigerians, or 100 million people, who are multidimensionally poor, live in rural areas. Rural-urban disparities exacerbate inequalities in Nigeria and impacts on access to healthcare services, as well as opportunities to advance trade and value chain pathways. Rising healthcare costs, dilapidated infrastructure, lack of equipment, and essential medicines, and brain drain of health workers limits physical and financial access to health services. Health, as an investment for economic return, must be situated in conversations about economic prosperity, especially for developing economies such as Nigeria. It is against this backdrop that the Policy Innovation Center has convened the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2023 with the aspiration to arrive at clear-cut policy and strategic imperatives that must be mainstreamed to realize a more inclusive Nigeria. In May 2023, the Policy Innovation Center launched the maiden edition of the Purple Book. The Purple Book is a curation of policy and program recommendations from the Gender and Inclusion Summits. We are committed to ensure that every idea and recommendation from this summit is documented in the Purple Book to facilitate sustained advocacy after the summit. I want to thank some of those who supported us in this summit, and they include Dr. Jamila Ibrahim, Honorable Minister of Youth Development, Dr. Dunja Lausa, Honorable Minister of State Health and Social Welfare, Honorable Nkiruka Onye Georgia, Honorable Minister of State, Labor and Employment, His Excellency Dr. Kezie Victor Ikpeazu, former Governor of Abia State, Ms. Ibukun Abushika, convener, the International Women Leadership Center, for lending your voices to this critical national conversation. I also want to express gratitude to everyone who contributed to the realization of this great event, partners within the public and private sectors, and all state actors, but especially you all, the participants. Thanks to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, the World Bank, and the Nigeria Gender Innovation Lab, United Nations Development Program, UNDP, Pathfinder, JPAL, Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Foundation, Michigan State University, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition Gain, AIDS Strategy, Food Equity, and Self-Help Africa, and Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities. Without you, this event will not take place, nor will we discuss celebrating significance and, hopefully, success. Thank you all for making the time to join this summit. Let us have a fruitful and productive deliberation. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all.
Let's give it up for our chairman. Thank you, sir. So I would like to invite Her Excellency Annette Gonter, the German ambassador to Nigeria, to give us a goodwill message. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Can we give her a round of applause? You're welcome.
Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor to be here today at the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2023 in Nigeria. Participating in this significant summit reflects Germany's commitment to promoting gender equality and inclusion on a global scale. Germany's newly launched feminist foreign policy serves as a pioneering example of integrating gender perspectives into international relations. This policy underscores not only national but also global priorities, and I take pride in being part of this movement. Moreover, Germany's Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock was glad to see with her own eyes how gender perspectives are embedded into our programming when she visited Nigeria, in particular the village of Ngaranam in Borno State, December last year. This village, that was entirely destroyed by Boko Haram, was rebuilt with the help of UNDP and German funding. Her Excellency, our Foreign Minister, was glad to see that a gender perspective based on the views by those affected had been included in the design of the rebuilding. Small examples, sanitary facilities were installed in illuminated places, safely accessible for women and children. This shows the importance of including individual perspectives into every planning and development, into everything we do, if security is truly to be achieved. This summit covers a broad spectrum of topics that mirror the diversity and richness of gender perspectives. The youth summits, for instance, and the photography and art competition are not mere events, but vital platforms amplifying the voices and visions of the younger generation. In empowering these creative expressions, we nurture the seeds of change that will undoubtedly shape the future. The integration of technology into the realms of trade and healthcare is not just a convergence of industries, but a fusion of innovation with social impact. Digital advancements, when harnessed effectively, become catalysts for inclusivity, enhancing accessibility to essential healthcare services, and propelling trade into a more equitable dimension. Concurrently, the discourse on gender inclusivity within the healthcare sector is a poignant reminder of the profound impact it has on societies. Our commitment extends beyond discussions. It is a call to action for comprehensive, gender-sensitive healthcare that recognizes and addresses the unique needs of every individual. Similarly, the creative and media industry, a powerful shaper of narratives, holds immense potential to steer conversations towards inclusivity. By empowering these voices of women and minorities, we challenge existing paradigms and pave the way for a more diverse and representative storytelling landscape. Education, a cornerstone of social progress, takes center stage in our collective pursuit of a more just world. Prioritizing education, learning, and empowerment for adolescents, irrespective of gender, is an investment in a future where opportunities are abundant and shared equitably. Women's and girls' economic empowerment is not just an economic imperative, but a fundamental human right. Initiatives aimed at strengthening women's agency in economic matters and ensuring equitable access to resources resonate with the broader vision of a society where prosperity knows no gender, but to include all groups equally into our societies in order to achieve true prosperity. Overall, the Gender and Inclusion Summit 2023 reflects a comprehensive agenda aiming to bring about positive changes in the world. I am confident that this summit will make a lasting contribution to the promotion of gender equality and inclusion, not only in Nigeria, but globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. One round of applause again for Our Excellency, the Ambassador. We will now take a keynote speech from one of our special guests as well, Dr. Charity Chenge, the Senior Program Officer, Global Development, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Dr. Chenge, please. A warm round of applause as she takes the stage. Let's not stop clapping till she gets here, please. Let's not stop. Let's not stop. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Chenge?
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring greetings from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this momentous event. I'm here with some other colleagues, Katia Shinawato, because this is a cause that we care deeply about. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation funds, works in partnerships with governments, non-governmental organizations, academia, private sector, civil society to improve health and productivity around the world. And I think it's important that we collectively recognize the relationship between health and productivity. Only a healthy society can be productive. And it takes a healthy workforce to generate revenue that is sustainable. And so I believe that the theme of this summit, building bridges, advancing gender and inclusion through the intersection of health and trade, was chosen carefully and deliberately to broaden and deepen conversations around bridging the gaps in gender inclusion. Bridging gaps has the capacity to propel us into a more prosperous and healthier world for all. Now, I think I'm preaching to the converted when I say that women are crucial players in trade, crucial players in the workforce, and disproportionately affected with the burden of disease as caregivers themselves and as those who seek health care for themselves and for household members. It's important that we stay resolute on the discourse and the efforts that enable women be the best that they can be in the face of multiple barriers and bottlenecks. So while we acknowledge that some progress has been made in recent years towards greater gender equality, we believe that more intentionality is key in addressing the multidimensional barriers that women continue to face. Barriers that limit meaningful participation, barriers that limit meaningful representation in governance and economic life, barriers that weaken access to capital, digital tools. The panel that we listened to before the break mentioned a couple of these. Barriers that weaken financial inclusion of women, that weaken access to markets, profitable markets, and barriers that limit childcare and the capacity for childcare, which many times limits the ability to pursue more meaningful livelihood. All of this further worsened by skills gaps, by social norms that inhibits women's full participation in economic life. And I was very happy to hear one of the panelists mention the cycles, the different phases and cycles of in the lives of women. So when you consider all of these barriers and the fact that the same woman and the same women are involved in trade or they're in the workforce, whether it's health or other subsector workforce, you begin to understand how suboptimal access to life-saving skills, also life-saving tools, also life-saving health interventions or life-saving agency can really just come together to compromise the quality of a woman's life at different phases. And so we need to really focus on expanding opportunities for women to live healthy and productive lives. Now remember I said earlier that the foundation works in partnerships to improve health and productivity. So how do we do this? We work to increase women's economic opportunities and decision-making power and agency. We do have a team, the Women's Economic Empowerment Team at the Gates Foundation, and we focus on increasing women's power and influence by removing barriers to work, enabling decent work, and supporting women's enterprises in order to help them thrive in the economy. We also constantly seek ways to reach large numbers of low-income women. We see women's economic empowerment collectives, data-informed public policy, digital connectivity, and private sector value chains as avenues for advancing women's economic inclusion. We also design inclusive solutions that meet the needs of women where they are. For example, economic opportunities may look very different for older rural women than for younger urban women. Our strategy focuses on generating opportunities for at least 80 million low-income women in South Asia and in Africa south of the Sahara that increase their incomes by more than 30% by the year 2030, the magic year. And so in summary, our strategy aims to increase female labor force participation by attracting women into the workforce in places where female labor workforce is low in participation. Our strategy also tries to increase women's average income by helping them advance into higher return occupations if they're already doing paid work. Lastly, our strategy helps to retain women within the workforce in circumstances where they might normally drop out after a major life event like following marriage or childbirth. Ultimately for us, increasing women's participation in the economy leads to gains at home, at work, and in society at large. When women have economic power, their families benefit. The capacity of both women and men to participate and contribute and benefit from economic growth is essential to transforming the lives of the poor and marginalized women and girls. As we continue in this convening, in this summit, let's remember that when we remove the barriers that women and girls face and provide opportunities for them to fulfill their aspirations, we unleash, and the word is intentional, we unleash a powerful and urgently needed engine of progress, women's talent, energy, and creativity to help build economies and solve problems, including in our country, Nigeria. Thank you for your attention and participation, and here's wishing us a productive summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charity. Can we give her another round of applause? Thank you for the great work that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is doing in Nigeria and all around the world. As the keynote speech was being given, a distinguished personality walked in the person of the Honorable Minister, Dr. Tunji Alausa, the Honorable Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, and his entourage. You're welcome, Your Honorable Minister. So GS23, no, our morale is low. Is our morale low? So let's go again. GS23. One more time. GS23. So it gives me immense pleasure and honor to welcome our next speaker. She is going to give the keynote address. She's a woman filled with wisdom, a woman that has mentored a lot of women, a woman that we call the woman's woman, and an advocate for women. Please allow me to introduce Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika. I thought we would clap louder. Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika, founder, Ibukun Awoshika Leadership Academy, convener of the International Women Leadership Conference. She will be joining us online. So please, ladies and gentlemen, take out your pens, your books, and listen. So you're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Loud and clear, ma'am.
working in the healthcare sector. I remember the first year of the African Business Heroes, the winner was a young Nigerian female who runs the blood distribution service, and competing amongst thousands of other Africans, she won because of that project. On Friday in Kigali, the winner of the 2023 competition, out of over 27,000 applicants, is a young Nigerian doctor, male, Dr. Neto Ikpeme, who, because of the pain of seeing his mother suffer because of lack of healthcare, whilst he was working as a doctor in New Zealand, decided it was time to come back home. And in coming back home, he has innovated an healthcare insurance service, Wella Health, that uses pharmacists and chemists, because as part of our questioning process, in trying to see the efficiency of what he's doing, he said specifically that he was building a Melinda Gates Foundation that gave him funding to be able to work effectively to convert chemists, to profile them, and to equip them and empower them to be able to participate in that structure. Now, a lot of young Nigerians are thinking, despite their fear of being disadvantaged, imagine this young doctor who obviously was being better paid as a doctor working internationally as compared to a doctor working in Nigeria, but who, based on a personal experience, decided he was willing to make the sacrifice and came back with his family to Nigeria and has been successful at building a solution using technology, working with insurance companies, and working with infrastructure that already exists, chemists and pharmacists, to be able to deliver solutions. If you go on, like, I think Airtel, there's an advert they run, which is part of the service that he delivers, where for 50 naira of airtime, you can call a doctor to consult because you can't afford to go straight to the hospital. So there's a lot going on. The bottom line is we can bring commercialization and opportunities into healthcare in a way that encourages people to innovate, but they must see the opportunities. They must see the financial programs that will allow them to take the risks. They must see the opportunity to spread their wings and find the right policies that will support them to think differently, to act differently, to bring people outside of core healthcare systems into higher participation because they can arrive at higher return. From this guy's project, one of the things he said is that they've been able to increase the income of the chemists and the pharmacists by 20 to 30% because of the project. Of course, that encourages those in those sectors to be better engaged and to be more compliant in terms of delivering the right service because they have seen a model that supports their ability to deliver right service, but also get paid for it. So this is important. Policies are important. Implementation of policies are important. Building the right infrastructure, having the right language is important. And challenging our young people by encouraging them and not disregarding them will create a lot of opportunities. When I hope that the work that the Policy Innovation Center does also includes a lot of young Nigerians. Because you know what? They're smart, they're thinking. They've encountered some of these problems personally or through their families and all of that. And because they understand the cost between technology and real sector, they better than anybody are able to bring it together And technology allows us to scale at the lowest possible cost to reach a wider number of people, no matter where they live. We need to look at alternative ways of doing this, but we need to involve more people. We need to create the right infrastructure. Government needs to be, I'm very happy that the Minister of State for Health is here, because I know that what is key is that government needs to have the right engagement and the right policies to drive the solutions that we need. There's a major linkage and opportunities between trade and healthcare, because the disadvantages within the healthcare system right now, they're humongous. But every challenge within our healthcare system is a commercial opportunity. If we challenge the right people and create the right framework and opportunity, we will get the result that we deserve. And they don't have to be high-cost ones. There are a lot of low-cost health delivery options around the world. But even more so, those that are specific to us as they've been innovated by young people. I remember 2 years ago, we had a young Nigerian who was, I think, a second-place winner at the African Business Heroes as well. He came back from MIT with his wife. What is he doing? He's creating service centers that have all the diagnostic machines, which most hospitals cannot afford. But using smaller models of them, having the specialists, but using technology to link them up. Creating hubs, finding ways to use the diagnostic services to support doctors working in rural communities, but getting high-level technology to support their ability to diagnose whatever is going on with their patients. These guys are thinking. So it's time to realize that we need to bring in a whole new generation. It's not traditional medicine as usual. If we're going to get to the over 200 and something million Nigerians, most of who cannot afford what they need where healthcare is concerned, and public health, as at this moment, with all due apologies, cannot meet the demand of our people. And we can't even afford it anyway. So we need to find how we deliver it at the cheapest cost, but we're able to save the lives of our people, because there's economic impact when the large human capital that we have is unhealthy. We have a lot of challenges, but we're a great country for surviving situations. So, thank you.
A very warm round of applause again for Madam Oshika. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam, for that. Yes, we'd like to quickly recognize the presence of the FCT Mandate and Secretary, FCT Mandate Secretary for Women and Children, Honorable Adedayo Benjamin Lani, for joining us. Thank you. Good morning, Ma. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us.
All right, how is the flight moving? We're moving closer, right?
Yes, I'll do a picture.
Okay, quick.
So as we set up the stage for the next event, so we'll just have a quick photograph.
Yes. So let's have the Honorable Minister,
the
please.
Honorable Minister, sir.
Sir.
Dr. Tayo,
Dr. Tayo.
Chairman.
Chairman.
Yes.
Yes. Please, Dr. Laoye, please. Let's step forward for the picture. Then the FCT Minister, FCT Mandate Secretary, rather, for Women and Children, please. Let's just come forward for this picture quickly. And then Dr. Situ, please join us for the picture. Yes.
They didn't hear you.
Please, let's come forward for the picture, please. Honorable Minister, please, we want to take a picture. So please just step forward.
No, just down here.
Right here, please.
Right here.
Right here, please. Yes, let's have a picture together.
The
Yes.
stage has been set.
All right.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you very much. Okay, stop sign.
prevent gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so we will move on straight up to the high-level interview, right? And the title of that is Reducing Maternal Mortality in 2030 and Beyond. What are the critical policy and intervention imperatives? This session will be moderated by the country director of Pathfinder Nigeria, Dr. Amina Darai. I would call up Dr. Amina Darai upstage right away so she can moderate this session. A warm round of applause for Dr. Darai, please. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Warmly.
Thumbs up.
Warmly.
GS23. Oh, we're tired. GS23, building bridges. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor and privilege to represent all of you here in the hall and invite our Honorable Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Tunji Alausa, to the big table here. Or rather, it's really a cold seat, sir, not a hot seat. So please, you're welcome to join me on the, let's have the round of applause. Thank you so much. You're welcome to join us on stage. And we have a chair for you here, sir. Thank you. You're welcome, Wali. Hello? Oh, great. It has to be in green. You know, the green colors are the same everywhere, so it's green. So once again, Honorable Minister, sir, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
We have been really excited at the opportunity to speak to you. And when I saw you come in, I was really happy that, yes, the interview would really hold.
Oh, don't worry. Thank you. I wouldn't have stood you up.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, sir, it's my privilege today to spend a few minutes of my time with you today to discuss a very important topic that is really close to my heart, and I'm sure close to the heart of almost everyone. It is specifically touching on some critical policy and intervention imperatives for Nigeria, and who better to lead this discussion than my special guest today. So we really thank you for being here, sir. Just as a context for everyone to be aware of our discussion, we all know that Nigeria is one of the countries in the world with the highest population, so we know that the number of women in Nigeria is more than 100 million, and I'm glad to be part of them. But sadly, you know, in most countries, being pregnant is a source of joy. But in Nigeria, apart from that joy, it's also a worrisome period for many families because of the sad reality of our health sector and the potential, you know, dangers that could come with just being pregnant and bringing another life to this world. Data shows that 1 in 22 Nigerian women die while having a baby. And this is just one of the poor indices that have been our narrative for decades. And I think most of us are getting a bit impatient with this narrative. During the last few decades, the Nigerian government has invested significantly in strengthening the health system. And also we know that a lot of donors, partners, the private sector, and the civil society have also been, you know, doing their part in ensuring that at least some of these initiatives are being implemented across board. But we know that Nigeria is a big country, and whatever we do seems to just be the tip of the iceberg. We don't really see much of the outcomes being changed. So progress is recorded, but it's very, very slow. We know that most of the causes of maternal mortality, especially in Nigeria, are preventable. They include bleeding in pregnancy or hemorrhage, infection, unsafe abortions, obstructed labor, and even hypertensive disorders in pregnancy. And we all know that there are some basic elements that need to be in place in the health system, especially human resources that are trained and that are motivated. We heard about the JAPA syndrome. How can we bring back our really very good doctors and health workers in particular to come and contribute to the system? We know that we need health commodities and supplies. We also know that women do not have the resources to really access quality care. So how can they do that without financial hardships? Commodities, supplies are expensive. Our infrastructure, some of the facilities that I've gone to about 20 years ago are still the way they are. So, sir, I'm really excited that you're here to lead us through this discussion because I really want to hear from you. What do you think the challenges are? Why are we where we are after many, many decades? And I'm sure you've been in this business longer than I am. So we really need to kind of interrogate the issues, why and why, so that at least some of us can have a better understanding of the context before we talk about the solutions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina. We're not happy where we are now. It's very disheartening with what we have in Nigeria, the level of education that we have, where we are as a country. This shouldn't be happening to us as a nation. We're being compared, our indicators are being compared to countries like Afghanistan that have gone through several wars in the last 2-3 decades. They are even better than us. Countries like Ghana, Zimbabwe, Bangladesh, we're spending enough money on health on a per capita basis. The indicators are better. We are actually getting worse. If you compare our maternal mortality rate from the 2018 data that we have, we doubled. With all the investment, I know we might be complaining that government is not funding us enough, but if you pull all the resources coming into a healthcare system, mostly from the complementary resources coming from the development partners, we have enough resources in the healthcare system. But the singular problem here is lack of coordination. Everybody is working in silo. And that's what we are determined now to change as a government. Now we are at a pivotal time in the history of our country. We have a president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that is very determined to change our healthcare system for better, where every single citizen of Nigeria will be entitled to meaningful and comprehensive healthcare. Now, more on the maternal mortality. There was a video that Mofeda Major did a few months ago. It was very surreal, but very saddening to see on the average about 88,000 women, young Nigerians, not due to the problem that they caused for themselves. Pregnancy is a joyous event. It's what everybody, every family, every woman look forward to. But it's turning into an albatross as a nation, where you now have a likelihood ratio of 1 out of 22 young women dying from pregnancy. This is not good. Compared to any advanced economy, where you have a likelihood ratio of 1 in 4,900, it shouldn't be a crime. It shouldn't be a risk to get pregnant. And we're determined to change that. I know you asked me a specific question, why are we here? And you're going to get to what are we doing as a nation, as a nation to change this abysmal data and very bad situation that we're in.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I really can feel your passion, and I'm excited that we actually have the same passion.
Thank you.
And I'm sure we have the same with almost everyone in this hall. But really, I think they say Nigerians are the happiest of people, but if we think about the situation as you actually rightly painted just now, is really what is happening. And now let's talk about, what the policy direction is. For instance, in 2021, we know that Nigeria developed a roadmap for action on accelerated reduction of maternal mortality, because at that point we realized that it has become a real serious issue that needed to be handled not with kid gloves anymore. And we have the National Health Act, we have the National Health Policy, the National Strategic Health Development Plan, the Integrated Reproductive, Maternal, Newborn, Child, Adolescent Health and Nutrition, and many other strategy documents and policies, both at the federal level and, some of them have been domesticated at the state level. What is the role of these policies, and why is it that we still have them, but we're not really either implementing them appropriately, or we have just kept them on the shelves, especially at the state level? What, in your view, should we do with these policies? And you talked about coordination, which is really critical. So we would like to hear, because we have a very wide group of stakeholders here, from civil society to the development sector and private sector. So it would be helpful to hear your thoughts around that.
Thank you so much. And I'll try and focus myself, tunnel myself into more of the maternal mortality rate problem, because we have a whole lot of slews of issues in our healthcare system today. Nigerian problem is not about policy formulation. We're extremely good. We're experts in putting policies together, setting up workshops, but the problem is implementation. We have a National Health Act that was enacted in 2014. If from that time to this point, if we've been able to implement just 50% of the recommendation in the National Health Act, our healthcare system will be far much better than where we are today. So what we're doing now is to go and start implementing each of those components of the National Health Act. Before, many years ago, decades ago, when the military government was here, it was more of a unitary system. Decisions will be made at the federal level. It got implemented top down. So we had a form of national health system. But as we migrated, state and federal government could do whatever they wanted. There was no serious coordination between the federal achieved was to go back and form a national health system where federal government will now coordinate better with the state. Now, I'll tell you one of the things that we just did as a government. Part of the recommendation of the National Health Act was there was provision for setting up of national tertiary hospital compliance standard compliance committee. That was there. Nobody did anything. All the checklists were developed. They just put it in the locker somewhere. Now, we've gotten quickly, we've implemented that. We have to regulate, we have to comply, we have to enforce compliance and monitor our healthcare system, care per ward. That's good. That's a political statement. But one primary care system, one primary PHC per ward might not be the same for everybody. You go to Kano, a ward in Kano, heavily populated ward. One PHC might not suffice for the ward. You go to other places like Bayelsa that might not be that densely populated. You look at it, can one PHC serve a few wards? But then, beyond putting brick and mortar in place, where are the workers there? You'll be so shocked to know that the standing order, the algorithm they're using to treat malaria today at the PHC level was what was developed 12 years ago. It's not been changed. The medication they were using to treat malaria 12 years ago is not what we're using now. And a whole lot of other things. So what we're doing quickly as a government is to reduce this standing order, bring it up to speed to what currently exists, the standard of care using evidence-based approach, retrain about 120,000 community frontline workers, which we're going to do in the next few months. We're also looking at providing more funding into our healthcare system. Now, everybody depends on this basic healthcare provision fund, which is 1% of consolidated revenue. It was just about 53 billion last year. It might be about 112 billion in this 2024 budget. But that's not enough. If you look at about 8,000 PACs assessing those basic healthcare provision fund, it averages out to about 3,000 per quarter. So a PAC will get about 1.2 million naira a year. You expect them to pay for personnel costs, buy drugs, staff those PACs. Unfortunately, some of our state subnational governments as well, they're not doing their counterpart funding into that. So what we're doing now as a government is to coordinate better. We're starting this program called Sector-Wide Approach, talking to our development partners. Listen, we know you're here to help us. Let's coordinate. Let's pull some of this money into a parallel fund so that we can direct it to the basic care provision fund to our PAC's level. And even if you're not going to pull together with us, tell us what you're doing with your fund so that we can coordinate. If a development partner is saying, okay, I'm doing this in Sokoto State, then we know, okay, we can mobilize some of our own pooled fund, basic care provision fund, the pool fund, into other areas. We need to coordinate better.
True. Thank you. Better coordination. I'm sure my audience would also like to know, sir, following all the good initiatives that you have in place and the plans, in the next year, for instance, what will be different? What indicators, especially related to maternal health, should we expect to improve? And how do we hold each other accountable? I'm not saying how to hold you accountable. I'm saying how do we hold each other accountable so that we know that this discussion and the coordination and the efforts, because we have been making those efforts, how and what will change? What are the indicators? What should we look out for and say, yes, this will change next year?
Obviously, one thing that will change next year, our maternal mortality rate will start going down.
Can we have that clap?
It will change. Please take that to the bank. It will change. This is one thing that is giving us restless night. Myself and Honorable Mr. Pate, we're working so hard to put sustainable policies and programs in place. Good. And I say carefully, sustainable. It's just not one time. It has to be sustainable. And a lot of things have actually started happening. If you look at our human resource for health, we've just doubled the number of medical students and dental students that will be admitted, not all allied sector that will be admitted in the health sciences. Now, you can tell me that, okay, they're just going to be admitted. It's going to take a while. But we also the huge resource that we have in diaspora, how we can engage them. And there's several ways you can engage. We have to use technology as well. There's telemedicine. We're working quickly to have a national digital platform. These are the things that will quickly go in place in the before end of next year. Great. And these are enablers that will really complement development, deployment, and sustainability of a robust healthcare system.
Great.
We're not looking at this. We're not working on piecemeal approach. We're working on comprehensive approach that will be sustainable into the future, 10 years from now,
Great.
Decades from now.
Great. And please give him a round of applause before I ask my, I think, last final question. I'm not sure of the time, so I need to be sure that we're still on time. But just one or two very poignant last questions. We are all here. What do you expect from us, the civil society, the development sector, the donors? What do you expect from us to make sure that we all, contribute towards this administration's success? Because the success of maternal health is the success of health in general, and it's actually our success as Nigerians. So what do you expect from us so that we can all know our roles better and support the system?
I ask to the civil society organization, the CSOs and development partners is that we need to work together, and you have to trust us. You have to trust what we say, trust this government. It's a different government. We have a president that has put his credibility on the line and has made categorical and unequivocal statement that he will fix this healthcare system. Once we begin to trust ourselves, then we would coordinate. Like now, our development partners, look at this sectoral approach. We know things have happened in the past where funds have not been managed well, but this is different. You have people superintending the ministry that have credibility on the line. I have my own credibility on the line that this has to work.
Yeah.
Corruption will be non-existent in the way we manage this pool fund. Okay. We have to trust. And now, more so to our civil society, we need you to talk to your children. Please, we know things are bad here. We don't have enough infrastructures in our hospital, but we're working quickly to fix that. Yeah. We're working, and it's not going to be 2-year time to fix it. It will happen very soon. Okay. Have confidence in our system. This JAPA, people are going to school, nursing school, medical school, with the sole intent of living. No. There's value, there's fulfillment, there's happiness in working in your country and serving your people.
Great. Great. Thank you very much. And I have one last one before we go. By 2027, if we do not see any improvements, how should we react? Thank you. We just want to know, because this is a live stage, and if he gives us our words, we really agree with it, but we want to know what to do next if it doesn't happen.
Let me tell you, Amino, by 2027, if you don't see improvement, don't worry. I won't be a minister.
Wow.
Minister Party will not be a minister.
Wow.
The president would have fired us. He would have fired us. This president, we have a KPI now that we will be evaluated on a 6-month basis. We've signed the agreement with the president. We've signed that compact. These are our deliverables. These are targets that we're going to achieve. The president has set up a policy coordination unit in the presidency. There's a central delivery unit that will be monitoring those indicators. Not us alone, all ministers. So for job security, we have to deliver. I want to keep my job.
So I would love to have those indicators too, so that we'll join the coordinating ministry. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate you, and thank you, sir, for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, hello. Please, the high table, join for picture upstage, please.
Let me take my leave now. Thank you.
A round of applause for the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, sir. Another round of applause for the Honorable Minister as he walks out of here. We also want to thank Dr. Amina for moderating that great session. While the session was on, we had His Excellency coming, the former governor of Abia State, Dr. Okeze Victor Ikpeazu. Can we please give him a round of applause? Thank you very much, sir. We're happy to have you. So we're going to move to the next item on our program. It's lens and brushes for inclusion. And it's going to be anchored by Naomi Oyeniye. Please, let's give her a round of applause as she comes forward. Let's encourage her. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Like I said yesterday, okay, thank you. Like I said yesterday, we all have art in us. So can we all put smiles on our faces? It makes you look better. All right, I am Naomi Oyeniyi. I am a visual artist, specialized in painting. But for today, I'm not going to go much into storytelling like yesterday. I would, for this summit, we had a creative call for artists to submit works in relation to gender and inclusion. And it was necessary to highlight the role of art in driving the conversation on gender and inclusion. And there were works submitted in painting and photography categories. So far we had 91 entries in total. We had 6 reviewers and we had 15 finalists. And out of the 15 finalists, we have 3 of the artists here who would be given the opportunity to talk about their works. So I would like to call on the 3 artists. Anicho Stella Chukwudi for photography category. We have Enoch Nwakaku for photography category as well. And we have Dada Oluwanifemi Emmanuel for digital art. Where's the last person? While we're waiting for Dada, so you know, people would look at you and then they will say, can you do it? I get that a lot. You can see me all looking fine, prim and proper, I know. But when people see me, I go for exhibitions, they see my artworks, and then they ask me, are you sure you did that? And I say, yes, it's my work. And you know, they just look at you and say, and think maybe you can't do it. But I'm just here to let you know that you can do it, and nobody can tell you less. They would make women sit behind and say, oh, no, you can't do this, oh, no, you can't do that. But always tell yourself that you can do it, and that's it. So we have Anicho Stella Chukwudi, the photography category. And then we have Enoch Nwakaku for photography category. And then we have Dada Oluwanifemi Emmanuel for the digital art. And then they're going to be presenting their works.
Good morning. My name is Anicho Stella Chukwudi. The title of my photograph is Prejudice of a Girl Child. This image is a pictorial example of a woman who has faced a lot of discrimination and hoping that someday things would get better. I shot this image when I felt like my life was at the point where I couldn't do anything anymore. I was tired, I was overwhelmed. I had no way of expressing myself. As a photographer, I decided to express myself through my pictures. What other way do I tell my stories if it's not through photography? And I am very sure that there are women who also feel the same way, who who have been discriminated. Even at some times, they've had people want to take advantage of them. I am telling this story to tell you that you're not alone. There are still people who are seeking for a better time in this world. Thank you.
Wait, should be presenting. They're supposed to be presenting. They're supposed to be presenting. They're supposed to show behind the picture. Sorry about that. Our art piece is supposed to be projected, but hopefully they get that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry. There. Has it happened? Okay. Next is Enoch Nwakako.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay.
Don't give them this, so just move to the side.
All right, my name is Waka Uchirechino. I'm a visual artist, and I'm a photographer. It's not on. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Enoch Nwakako. I'm a visual storyteller. The work I have here is titled "The Woman is Priceless." It speaks about the fact that women are instrumental tools in the society, and it was motivated by the experiences I saw some young girls face in the University of Nigeria and Soka area where I school. I saw a lot of them going into begging, hawking on the street when they are meant to be in school. And I was asking myself, why is it that these girls don't have the opportunity to be educated? Why is it that they lack the proper opportunities they need? And it cost me to do these works. You can see the girl hawking there. She is meant to, this was in the afternoon, around 12. She was meant to be in school, but she was hawking on the street. And it brought pain to my heart when I thought about it. A lot of women are actually there. They have a lot to offer, but they don't have the proper opportunities they need. So it's a call to all of us to actually support women, to actually let them come out and do their best. Women are multipliers. Give a woman a sperm, she turns it into a baby, and the baby becomes a generational impact over time. There is no governor today that was not born by a woman. There is no president today that was not born by a woman. There is no great leader today that it was not a woman that gave birth to him or her. Everybody we see today, it was a woman. The woman's place is not in the kitchen. The woman's place is in every mountain of influence. Thank you so much.
Next is Dada Oluwafemi.
My name is Dadani Femi. My work richly convey the message of this summit today by showing for the sacrifices of women across various times and across history. My work focused on the sacrifice women have given to this particular lifetime that we are experiencing presently across every seed they've sown to ensure a better life for their sisters, for their brothers, for their sons, for their daughters, and for their husbands. It gives a rich capture of their historical Igbo landing on how they refused to be slaves, to give birth to slave generation, to go through that pain, to go through that effort. But at the end of the day, we kind of shift our eyes away from these efforts, from these sacrifices. My heart hereby today give credence to the sacrifices they have paid, to always make them people remember them for their sacrifices, and to pave a better way, a better life for them by looking back at the sacrifices they've made for a betterment of a generation. My art shows and portrays women sitting down in a place of comfort because they have been given their effectiveness to perform at the highest level. They've been given the same opportunity as the men to function in the highest level. And hereby, we have few things depicted in the painting, like an helicopter carrying the seeds of this summit across not just the borders of Nigeria, but other African countries, spreading these seeds across every African continent to ensure the effectiveness of women all around the continent of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, can you give them another round of applause? They've done amazingly well, and they took their time to create these wonderful pieces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to the next item on our program, and it's a presentation by the Executive Director of the Policy Innovation Center, Dr. Sasiyu Dirisu, about PIC. As she comes on, please, can we just project the hashtags, please? There are hashtags for social media, so if you have any pictures here, you could just please tag us. Yeah, tweet GS23, so we can make known what's happening here on social media. Dr. Dirisu, please.
The Policy Innovation Center is the first nationalized behavioral initiative in Africa, and our goal is to deliver better policies and innovative solutions for social impact. At the core of our work is using gender transformative and behavioral approaches to address critical development priorities and work towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring that we bring social impact strategies across a wide range of sectors. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Thank you so much for making out time to spend this very important day with us. In 2 minutes, I'll just quickly tell you about the Policy Innovation Center. The Policy Innovation Center is the first national institutionalized non-profit behavioral initiative in Africa, and it's an initiative of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. The setup of the center was supported by funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And the reason why the center was set up was to advance evidence-driven, contextually relevant, and sustainable solutions to critical development priorities. And the center applies tested lessons from behavioral and social sciences, as well as gender-inclusive approaches to inform policy and program design and delivery of tested high-impact interventions across a wide range of sectors. Our vision is simple: to deliver better policies and innovative solutions for social impact. And we do this by improving policies and programs using gender transformative and behavioral approaches to drive social change. Our core values are innovation, that's why we're the Policy Innovation Center, collaboration, social impact, accountability, and inclusion. And we have 6 pillars that guide our work: evidence-based policy, behavioral insights application, gender and social inclusion, social and behavioral change, social and behavioral research, and capacity development. We work across 7 sectors: health, education, gender and inclusion, accountability, transparency and governance, digital transformation, inclusive digital transformation, agriculture, climate and food security, poverty, livelihood, and jobs. We embed 3 approaches in our work: diagnostics with a behavioral focus, design with a human-centered approach, and delivery with sustainable and contextually relevant approaches. And just to speak briefly about our work that speaks to why we're here today, our Gender and Social Inclusion Program is focused on supporting and enabling policy environment for inclusion, gender system strengthening, and gender transformative programming. And we have 3 pillars: so policy and governance, gender system strengthening, and gender portfolio management. Why did we think it necessary to have a gender and inclusion summit? We identified a problem. There was no dedicated platform for evidence-driven dialogues and policy advocacy, even just for annual check-ins to look at issues relating to gender and social inclusion in Nigeria. And we all know that any issues around gender and social inclusion requires sustained advocacy, collective action, and a dedicated platform to drive political will through multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder dialogues. So this summit was conceptualized last year as an annual event to provide an inclusive platform to explore transformative ways to advance gender-responsive governance and inclusion in Africa. These are some highlights from the 2022 Gender and Inclusion Summit. And we don't stop here. We also developed the Purple Book, which is a curation of policy and program recommendations from the summit. Like, for example, some of the conversations that we had with the Minister of State. And this Purple Book would usually be ready early the next year so that we can use that as a tool for sustained advocacy. Other flagship projects of the center, we have a behavioral innovation lab. We run a gender and development course, which runs April and September every year. And then the Gender and Inclusion Summit and the Purple Book. We have a behavioral insights, accountability, and transparency course. And we run a behavioral insights fellowship. This is just some of the work of the Policy Innovation Center Behavioral Innovation Lab in pictures. Thank you so much for listening and enjoy the summit.
Thank you so much, Dr. Osasui. Can we give her a round of applause for the great things they're doing at PIC, the Policy Innovation Center? So, how are we sailing on the ship? Okay, so GS23, building bridges. So right now we're going to another breakout session and plenary. The first plenary session is going to be here in the main hall, and it's Pathways Out of Poverty, Closing Systematic Gender Gaps in Agricultural Productivity, Value Chain Pathways, and Entrepreneurial Opportunities. And the moderator for this session is Professor Oyinka Tase. Can we give them a round of applause? Then the next breakout session is going to be in Acacia A and B, and that's Mind the Gap. How do we bridge the gender and inclusion ease of doing business in Nigeria? And the moderator is Imade Biboy Asubeni. Then the last session is Beyond Dialogue Strategies for Amplifying Gender Inclusivity in the Creative Sector. And the moderator for that session is Fifehan Osikanlu, and that's in Obecha A and B. We have 40 minutes for this, and then thereafter we have lunch. So you can choose whichever panel or breakout session you want to join. Thank you.
Yes. would like to recognize the presence of Miriam Owais. Miriam Owais, she is the former special advisor on social investment to the president. We're happy to have you here, Ma. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you, Ma.
So all sessions are happening concurrently, please. So you can go to Acacia A and B or Obecha A and B. So you decide which of the sessions you want to join. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So for today's conversation around agricultural value chains, we have a distinguished set of panelists. I would like to invite first His Excellency, Dr. Okezie Victor Ikpeazu. Please, could we give him a round of applause? His Excellency is a biochemist by training. Having studied at the University of Maiduguri, he thereafter obtained a PhD in biochemical pharmacology from the University of Calabar. He is the immediate past executive governor of Abia State, having served successfully 2 terms of office from 2015 to 2023. As governor, one of the legacies imprinted in the heart of humanity, particularly amongst the female gender in Nigeria, and more particularly in southeastern Nigeria, is the enactment of the female person's right of inheritance of property law, which protects the rights of female gender on the issue of inheritance. Many women here, particularly in Igbo land, would understand what that means. One may assume that this proactive act of our panelists was what encouraged the current Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, who also, as Governor of Rivers State, enacted a similar law. The next panelist is Honorable Samson Ishaku Bugama. Yes. Honorable Samson Bugama has worked as an agricultural finance consultant, trainer, and life coach. He's also a development specialist, well-versed on issues related to agricultural productivity. He's currently the Commissioner for Agriculture and Natural Resources, Plateau State. Thank you, sir. Our next panelist is Honorable Shehu Muazu. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you. Honorable Shehu Muazu is a large-scale farmer who previously served as the finance director of the Rice Farmers Association of Nigeria. In 2021, the then Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, now the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, recognized our panelists as the most prolific rice producer in Nigeria. So it's likely you have eaten the rice that has come from his farm. He's currently the Commissioner for Agriculture and Natural Resources, Kebbi State. The next panelist in person is no other person than Sawida Onikpede Liverpool-Tassier. Please give her a round of applause. Sawida Onikpede Liverpool-Tassier is an MSU, that is Michigan State University Foundation professor in the Department of Agricultural, Food, and Resource Economics at Michigan State University. She's currently a visiting scientist with the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture in IITA in Ibadan. Her research focuses on emergent issues related to smallholder productivity and welfare within dynamic and transforming food markets in sub-Saharan Africa. She was recently appointed by the United States President, President Joe Biden, to serve as a member of the Advisory Board for International Food and Agricultural Development, BIFAD. She's also the lead principal investigator for two projects, one funded by USAID called Feed the Future Nigeria Agricultural Policy Activity, and another funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which is a $4 million project called Research Supporting African MSMEs to Provide Safe and Nutritious Foods. To set the scene, Professor Sawida will be doing a presentation on opportunities for MSMEs to promote inclusive food system transformation in Nigeria. Please welcome Professor Sawida to the podium. Thank you.
Yes, that's it. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. It's really an honor to be here this afternoon and have the opportunity to share about some of the ongoing work that Michigan State University faculty working in collaboration with various scholars across Nigeria and Nigerian research institutes and university have been doing in order to understand how Nigeria's food systems transformation can be more inclusive. So I just want to start. I'm hoping that in the next 10 or so minutes, I'm going to talk about what we've observed about the roles and opportunities for micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises in promoting a more inclusive food systems transformation. So just to set the stage, I want to start off by defining what I mean by MSMEs. Generally, MSMEs are businesses whose personnel and revenue numbers fall below certain limits, and those limits vary from country to country. But some important characteristics of these MSMEs is the important role that they play as a source of employment and important contributors to GDP. Oftentimes, the contribution that they make in terms of employment is much more than large enterprises. So for example, in the US, SMEs generate half of all US jobs and about 40% of GDP. In Nigeria, it is said that 90 to 95% of all enterprises are within the nano, micro, small, and medium-scale category. Based on the Nigeria's MSME policy, 2020, the recent one, 2021 to 2025, these are the size categorizations. It's a function of employment and turnover. So we start from the nano, which employ 1 to 2 people and have a turnover that's less than 3 million naira, to medium-scale enterprises that are hiring between 50 and 199 employees and have over 100 million but less than $1 billion. So now I just want to set the stage for our discussion this afternoon by making 3 important points about MSMEs in Africa and specifically in Nigeria. First is the important role that they play as a source of employment. So already MSMEs are a major source of employment for many. And in response to changing consumption patterns that have taken place in many developing regions, including things like urbanization, increased incomes, we've seen consumption patterns shift. And people are consuming much more diversified diets. They're also consuming more processed foods and convenience foods. And in response to that change in consumption pattern, there's actually been a rapid expansion of supply chains to meet that growing demand. And a lot of this is actually these MSMEs. We've seen in Nigeria, for example, rapid expansion of subsectors like fish and poultry, dairy, fruits and vegetables. These subsectors actually provide significant employment opportunities on the farm, but also post-farm in terms of processing and distribution. A study that was done in 2021 found that between 25 and 30% of full-time equivalents of rural Africans is actually spent in the agri-food system, but off the farm. So it's not only production, but all the activities associated with the processing and the distribution of food is an important source of livelihood for many. Many of these MSMEs are an important source of employment and access to entrepreneurial opportunities for women and for youth. And one of the reasons is because many of them actually have low barriers to entry in terms of things like retailing and small-scale processing. This is not to say that it is the ideal employment necessarily, but it's an important source of livelihoods for many households. SMEs, particularly MSMEs in the midstream and the downstream, and by midstream I'm talking about in the processing, transportation, distribution, wholesale, retail, can actually be an important mechanism to make food systems more inclusive. So there are several studies that have been done that have found that many times these MSMEs serve as an important market outlet for smallholder farmers. But a recent study that looked at literature over 20 years across Africa, Latin America, and Asia found that there's an important characteristic of many of these MSMEs that enables them to be more inclusive. Many of these MSMEs are operating in very difficult contexts and challenges, and so they're actually forced to innovate in a way to handle the challenging business environment. But many of those innovations actually allow them to bring in a lot of smallholder farmers. There was a scoping review that showed that many of these MSMEs, for example, agro-input dealers, or on the output side, processors, restaurants, they actually engage with smallholder farmers in repeated interactions. And in many of those interactions, they actually support those farmers with additional support like inputs. Sometimes they provide them with guaranteed access to markets. So there's actually sort of a mutual beneficial relationship between these MSMEs and the farmers. So yes, it's not that they're just being benevolent and they're helping the smallholder farmers, but they see smallholder farmers as an important mechanism to achieve their business objectives. An agro-input dealer who is selling inputs wants the farmer to have a good experience so that he comes back to buy from him. So he may have an incentive to provide some training for that farmer on how to use those inputs. Similarly, a processor who wants to get quality inputs, say maize or sorghum, at scale, might have an incentive to provide farmers access to some inputs on credit or during the production season. A third characteristic of MSMEs that I think is very important when we're talking about food systems transformation in Nigeria and Africa more broadly is the important role that MSMEs play in ensuring that consumers have access to safe and nutritious foods. So many of the activities and the practices of the wholesalers, the retailers, those restaurants where we consume a lot of our food these days is important in determining the quantity and the quality and the safety of the food that we as consumers are eating. So we have gone to various markets in Nigeria where majority of the food that we consume is purchased, and we have seen very challenging situations in those markets which play an important role in determining the quality of the food that we are consuming, and sometimes it's an explanatory factor for a lot of the diseases or ailments that foodborne ailments that people face. I just want to close with 3 examples from Nigeria. So these are existing MSMEs who are already playing a role in making the food systems transformation in Nigeria to be more inclusive. The first is an example of agri-value chain development companies, and hopefully we have Dr. Innocent Okuku online to join us. He is a CEO of Intro Synergy, and Intro Synergy is one of those kinds of MSMEs. Other one is Ejawa, which I visited a couple of weeks ago in Ibadan, Oyo State, which means our fish. And basically what this enterprise does is that it serves as a one-stop shop. It provides farmers with access to inputs, it provides them access to training, but it also provides them access to guaranteed markets for their fish. Same thing with Intro Synergy. Intro Synergy works with small-scale farmers, and it ensures them that they'll have a guaranteed access to markets, but then it also provides inputs for the farmers, it provides them access to training. So what do these agri-value chain development companies do? And I've just given you 2 examples for the sake of time. and I've grouped them as ag value chain development companies, but there are many of them in Nigeria and also across Africa. So what are these companies doing that makes the food system potentially be more inclusive? First is that they support farmers to access inputs, they educate them on good farming practices, and then they link them to credible markets. Literature has shown that one of the factors that prevents farmers from being willing to make investments in new technologies is the fact that they're not guaranteed that when they've made that investment, they'll be able to generate enough profit from that investment, and this can be addressed by reducing the risk of them trying those technologies by giving them access to credible markets. They also provide input dealers, so an SME in the midstream that is linking farmers to markets can also link the input dealers to their own market by providing them access to farmers who can purchase their inputs on sale, like fertilizer or seeds. And that's what these ag value chain companies are doing. So input dealers are happy to deal with them, sometimes to give them those inputs on credit, because they know that instead of chasing 1,000 farmers, they can just deal directly with this SME who is facilitating their interaction with the farmers. They are also able to provide output markets like processors with outputs at scale. So if they are able to aggregate from the farmers, then they can supply a food processing industry or a brewery with the inputs that they need, which is the actual paddy or the sorghum that is coming from the farmers' fields. Okay, so what are the potentials here? Well, the studies have actually shown that these SMEs that are already connected to output markets, but also connected to farmers, and particularly farmers who are operating in groups, can be an important mechanism for disseminating new technologies to farmers, for also reaching farmers who are normally excluded, like more remote farmers or female farmers or the youth. Because they are usually located closer to farmers and they interact with farmers in a repeated interaction, they have lower risk of default when they engage with the farmers and make informal contracts. So these are MSMEs that have the potential to actually help the value chain to be more efficient through their support for farmers, but their links to input and output markets. Okay. A second example is a crate rental service provider located in Kano State, Nigeria, called Bonkasa. What Bonkasa does is that they've observed that in Kano State there's a lot of tomato production happening, and these tomatoes that are produced in Kano are going all over Nigeria with huge markets in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, Onitsha. There are many different places that have huge demand for these tomatoes. But what they noticed was that, first of all, farmers face high amounts of post-harvest loss, and second, farmers are largely using raffia baskets for moving their tomatoes. And they're trying to promote the use of plastic crates, which have been shown to have lower post-harvest loss. So what they have done is that rather than just telling farmers to use these use these plastic crates, they're providing these crates to the farmers on rental basis, but they're also linking the farmers to traders and markets in the south. So that instead of a farmer in Kano being forced to sell to an aggregator or a wholesaler in Kano State, he has the option to decide whether he wants to sell in Kano or actually reach out to Lagos or to Ibadan or Onitsha. He's given information on the prices and he's supported with the logistics. In Nigeria, we know that logistics is a huge challenge. So even just coming and helping them to coordinate this logistics and give them the option to sell is an opportunity for them to have more market options, higher income, and higher livelihoods. Right now, Michigan State University and IITA are working with Bonkasa to evaluate their model, to see if their model actually helps farmers to have higher profits, higher livelihoods, and lower post-harvest loss. What is the potential of this kind of MSME? Well, number one, they already have the farmers that they work with. They're already connected. They're not an external partner like us researchers or development partners. They have the networks, they understand the challenges. So partnering with them, we can actually make more things available to farmers. So right now, SMEs like Bonkasa are thinking about how, in addition to providing plastic crates, they can also encourage value addition. Can they get women to come and make tomato puree and then link them again to markets in the south or markets in urban areas across Nigeria? Reducing post-harvest loss, increasing livelihood opportunities, bringing women and youth into these enterprises. This is what I think we're talking about in inclusion. The last example I'll give is medium-scale farms. So medium-scale farms we may think are still on the production side. That's true, but we've also found that many times medium-scale farms in Nigeria are actually playing a role of aggregators. So there was a study that was done in Ogun State and Kaduna State, And in that study, they were looking at the extent to which medium-scale farms in those two states interact with small-scale farms around them. Medium-scale farms mean farms that are operating between 5 and 50 hectares, and smallholder farms are those operating less than 5 hectares. And what was observed in that study was that about 30% of the smallholder farmers in those communities where these medium-scale farms were indicated that they had interacted with a medium-scale farm. The ways they interacted with them were purchasing inputs from them, sometimes receiving trainings from them, and in other cases, selling their outputs to them. And so anecdotal evidence indicated that these medium-scale farms often have contracts with modern market channels like supermarkets or processors, but they're not always able to generate the output that that processor needs. So they see value in aggregating from smallholder farms in their communities. Aggregating from smallholder farms in their communities reduces their transactions cost because they don't have to go to far communities to collect the output, but can do it alongside their own production. So it was a mutually beneficial arrangement that was happening. We tried to study the impact of this interaction between the small-scale farms and these medium-scale farms in their community. And what we found was that those who received trainings from the medium-scale farms tended to be more likely to use modern inputs like fertilizer and improved seeds, and in larger quantities. They also tended to receive higher prices than those who didn't receive training or interact with these medium-scale farms. We also found out that purchasing inputs from these medium-scale farms reduces the cost for farmers for accessing modern inputs, also saw them using more of these modern inputs. We tried to disaggregate the impact of interacting with medium-scale farms by different size of small-scale farmers. So we looked at those farmers who are operating less than 1 hectare and those operating 1 to 5 hectares. And we found that majority of the impacts, the positive impacts from interacting with these medium-scale farms was coming from the small-scale farms operating less than 1 hectare. However, I think that it's no news to us here that MSMEs in Nigeria face a myriad of challenges. And these challenges constrain them and their ability to survive the harsh conditions, but also limit their ability to reach out to smallholders more. So they are doing some, but I think that they could do much more if some of these challenges were addressed. So a review of the literature from Nigeria and other African countries show that majority of the challenges that these MSMEs face is linked to poor infrastructure. And I think that over the last couple of days, we've heard a lot of discussion about that. Poor roads, limited rail, poor access to markets, poor conditions of processing clusters, high cost of doing business, multiple taxation, challenges of formalization. It's also been shown that many of these MSMEs have limited technical capacity. So those who have higher technical capacity are better able to integrate to modern channels, better able to access finance from formal institutions, but there are some who have the potential but have limited technical capacity, which limits their ability to support farmers. It sometimes also increases their cost of offering these support services to smallholders. When they're limited in their capacity, it can also prevent them from being able to perform that coordination role effectively. And that coordination role has been shown to be an important role in Nigeria because of our high cost of logistics. Limited access to credit. I think that is a perennial problem across MSMEs in Africa, but also amongst all of us in Nigeria. Issues of formality. High cost of formalizing, fear of formalization, but then there are also challenges when MSMEs remain informal. This is an issue that requires more attention. So in conclusion, I just want to say that there is significant opportunities for MSMEs all along food supply chains to play an even more pivotal role in the transformation of food systems, but they are already playing a role, and it's important for us to recognize that. I know that our summit today is talking a lot about trade, but it's really important that we recognize that domestic supply chains also play an important role in food systems. This is data from FAO Stat. Actually, globally, 75% of the food that is produced for human consumption originates in the country where it's ultimately consumed. In sub-Saharan Africa as a whole, over 85% of the food consumed, if you look in tonnage terms, actually is distributed by domestic supply chains. In Nigeria, recent data from FAO Stat shows that over 90% of the total food that is consumed in Nigeria is actually moved by domestic supply chains. This does not mean that imports are not important. imports of wheat, imports of fish, imports of rice, but we consume many more things. And so if you look at the aggregate consumption of food, actually domestic supply chains account for majority of it. This is not to say we shouldn't pay attention to our trade, but it's just to say that enough attention also needs to be paid to domestic supply chains. These domestic supply chains are an important source of livelihood for Nigerians, and these opportunities exist all across the value chain. I think we need to think about how we can provide these MSMEs with incentives to continue offering support services to farmers in the agricultural space and to expand their operations to reach more remote farmers and otherwise disadvantaged farmers, female farmers, youth, disabled farmers, or disabled households. We also need to provide these SMEs with incentives to encourage the adoption of climate-smart and environmentally beneficial practices. It's important for us to think about how to provide finance to these MSMEs, finance and insurance, because they face and they're operating in a very risky climate. Opportunities for them to upgrade, dealing with hard and soft infrastructure. If we don't have good infrastructure, I think it's hard for us to expect our transformation to be inclusive and to be at the highest level that it can be. Electricity, poor roads, basic things that we need. If we don't have them, they have a huge cost. There are things that we all know, but if you do the quantification of the cost of low access to electricity or poor roads on the productivity in the agricultural sector, it's huge. So I think that in closing, I will say that the SMEs in the midstream and the downstream of value chains, both in food and non-food sectors, but particularly in the food sectors, really should be seen as allies of government. They're not competitors and they're not missing. They're very active, they're very present, and their challenges, alleviating their challenges, can have a ripple effect in the food system. Thank you.
Oh, hello. Thank you very much, Professor Sawida, for setting the scene. She has given us a very broad understanding of the role of MSMEs in the food supply chain. Now, one thing that has remained a challenge for people entering into agriculture is access to land. Is the female gender accessing land. In culture in Nigeria, you find that women are limited in inheritance of landed property from their fathers. So I would like His Excellency to, in a few minutes, share with us what pushed him or motivated him to enact the law that has become a game changer in Abia State as regards landed access for females.
Thank you very much. I want to say that most of our interventions at that time were driven by my dear wife, and I give her credit for most of the things we achieved in this space. Having said that, my style is that whatever you want to do or embark on, you must have a strategy. And the strategy must lead you from one step to the other until you achieve results. Because if you don't have a strategy, it will be difficult for you to evaluate your progress and make adjustments along the line. We found out that if you are serious about gender equality and inclusion, you must find a way to give access and opportunities to females. And I asked my friends, do you have a daughter that, if you are no more, that you would not want that your daughter to have access to
some of your assets? And the answer was no. So why do you leave them in the dark? Specifically speaking, if we do not have a legal framework, how do you enforce? And if you cannot enforce, how do you track progress? So it became important that we develop a strategy which includes advocacy, provision of legal framework, and then enforcement in all the things we did in the gender equality space. And that was what led to my wife and wife of governor at that time to address the Abia State House of Assembly. And the outcome of that, her intervention, was 3 pieces of legislation. The one that is designed to curb violence against persons. So that one is short-coded VAP, V-A-P-P, Violence Against Persons Prohibition. And we are careful about that law because persons here include both male and female, because we also have examples of gender-based violence against men in some places. But perhaps more prevalent is the violence against females. And the second one was the disability law, which makes it compulsory that in design of houses, you must put ramps and make it friendly for all kinds of persons. And also make it an offense for you to discriminate against somebody that is perhaps physically challenged on the basis of that particular challenge. And by the time we left office, we had created a commission to specifically address physically challenged people. But the case in hand today is the law making it compulsory that female children can inherit their father's or their mother's property, irrespective of what our old tradition says. And like you said, if you want access to land, before that law, female children in Abia State cannot inherit their father's property, whether it is land or house or whatever. But today, it is an offense to say that a female child will be left out of her father's inheritance. So what it means is that there's a legal framework, civil society, and everybody can track progress along these lines in Abia State going forward. And I want all of us to say that once you are able to give access to land for your female child, then it means that she can practice agriculture if that is what she wants to do and she needs land. She can also use the land to access funding for other kinds of businesses. If she's very comfortable in her husband's house and decides to leave the inheritance to her siblings, that is at her discretion. But nobody will say that a female child cannot inherit whatever is left by the father.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So one of the things from the professor's presentation was, again, issues of access to markets. And we've addressed the issue of access to land, and I'm hoping NESG is listening in order to ensure we expand the success story of Abia State to all the states of Nigeria, particularly all the southeastern states where this is a big issue. As regards access to markets, from the presentation, we find that MSMEs who have access to markets outside their states have better pricing. And so the question I have, particularly for the two honorable commissioners, beginning with Kebbi State, is what government programs or policies are in place to support MSME farmers, particularly of the female gender, to access markets beyond Kebbi State?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Prof, let me first and foremost acknowledge the contribution of the women folk as far as rice production is in Nigeria. The women in Kebbi are doing a great job as far as rice farming is concerned. You all believe with me here, those that come from the farming communities, that rice farming is dominated mainly by the women folk. But we are gradually seeing a shift by men trying to make incursion into that area. However, the government of Kebbi State has come up with so many programs that will support the participation of both men and women in the outside market. You see, like the lake rice. The lake rice is a cooperation between Kebbi State government and Lagos State government, whereby the producers of rice paddy in Kebbi State have access to sell their rice for people that will consume it in Lagos State. And I tell you, this has brought tremendous benefit to both our farmers, more especially the women folk who used to face challenges of going out to the market. So honestly, this is how far we have gone.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so let me start by talking about the steps that the Plateau State government has taken, to ensure gender inclusion. When we came into power, the Ministry of Agriculture even had, they had departments, and when we got in there, we saw that there was a department for home economics. And you know what that means? Those of you who did home economics in school, you know that when you want to talk about home economics, you're talking about food, cooked food for programs and all of the likes. One of the first things we did was to change the focus of that department to a gender and nutrition department so that it can help us to mainstream gender issues, gender equality issues in every agricultural step the state takes. We are working on that department to give it a robust outlook so that in everything we do for agriculture, gender is mainstreamed. And then also nutrition is key in whatever we do. Because just having food is not enough, but having safe food, nutritious food is key. And so that department is now giving us focus for everything that we have to do. And the question you asked about markets outside Plateau State, we are working to create Plateau markets in different parts of this country. One of the key things that we discovered is that most of the fruits and vegetables that you eat in Nigeria comes from the Plateau. But some other states take credit for it, because people come from different places and buy these things as farm gates, and these women go back poor. And I must tell you that from the statistics that we found out, most of these vegetables you eat in Nigeria were produced by women on the Plateau. I thought you were going to clap for that. And so we're doing all that we can to be able to create access to markets for these women so that they can have value for their time on the farm. This is very uppermost in our agenda, and that we will pursue carefully. Somebody made a statement here that said, we are not short of policies in Nigeria, but the implementation is the problem. And so for us, we have set that gender and nutrition department to check us for everything we do to make sure that we drive the point of gender inclusion, equality in all of the things that we do. And I tell you that, check us out in the next 4 years. You will see that the Plateau woman is rich with agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioner, this is NESG, Policy Innovation Center. They will hold you accountable to what you have promised.
Please.
There are document recorders here. We have a panelist online, Osenega Orokpo, who is a sustainability leader and currently the Chief Sustainable Officer for Africa Improved Foods in East Africa. In the course of the conversation, there was a comment, there was a statement on food safety. Recognizing that you hold the position of Chief Sustainable Officer, and we have data that shows that 200,000 Nigerians about die annually from food poisoning. What has been your experience in the Nigerian market as regards food produced, particularly ready-to-eat foods like green leafy vegetables, tomatoes, and things like suya and what have you? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Oyinka. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, very good afternoon to you all from the city of Kigali. And I think it's in order to say Happy Gender and Inclusion Summit Week. It is very clear. While we offer nutritious, affordable, and accessible products to our consumers. And in collaboration with our partners, the World Food Program, the government of Rwanda, and others, we currently feed with our products 1.6 million infants and women every day. Now, it's interesting to note that for this 1.6 million infants and women that we feed, we have to ensure that the raw materials that we buy are safe. So in terms of what my experience has been, I've seen that there are lots of things that could be done and should be done. To give an example of what we are doing specifically, going all the way down to the supply chain, it's important to make sure that there are interventions to ensure food safety even from that very point, because for the most part, the contamination comes from there. I heard you talk about suya. The truth is that most times the contamination even comes to the point where the meat is butchered. So every supply chain that provides food to people, to companies, to consumers, should have safety precautions that they follow and should continue to improve their buying models. We have an interesting model of sourcing our raw materials here. We understand that in sourcing maize, aflatoxin is a big safety issue. And as a result, we introduced a very interesting model called the COP buying model, where we have engagements with the cooperatives, the farmers, and it's also interesting to note that with the farmers we work with, 47% of the 90,000 farmers on our supply chain are women. Working with women across West Africa and the rest of Africa as well as East Africa, I've seen that that's a very impressive number because it shows that there's a lot of effort, put in to grow the participation. And this COP buying model, buying it from the farmers, agreeing on a price with the farmers, and then we take it all the way to our shelling centers. We have a couple of shelling centers here in Rwanda where we shell by ourselves, and then we take it all the way to our factories, and then we produce. To speak to other value chains, whether it's provided it's in the food chains, there are different safety policies that should be adhered to. It depends on how large the enterprise is, but it's very important to establish safety procedures, and that's why there are different audits. I know if we're looking at MSMEs, like Professor Saweda said, some of these big policies and big assessment processes may not apply specifically. And the truth of the matter is that most of the people who provide the food that we consume are smallholder farmers. But then that's where training comes in. Training around food handling. I believe that there are donors in the house today, there are different technical partners who are subject matter experts with relating to the food, the matters that pertain to the different foods and crops that we work on. These people can support with building training modules. It will be need-based training modules that should then be passed on to the ground, with the subject matter experts going there to train farmers on handling food produce, all the way from the farm down to the factory. And that's very important if the health of the consumers, of course the young people, the women, the infants should be ensured. So that has been my experience so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that contribution. I would like to open up to questions from the floor, given the time we have left. I don't know if we could take two questions, one from the male gender and one from a female gender. Yes, you. Could we get a microphone?
Okay, good morning. Afternoon, sorry. Yeah, I found this panel quite insightful because I'm a bit interested in the agricultural and climate change space from the gender perspective. And that's because as a journalist, I have done a bit of work around it. And my question is directed to the two honorable commissioners on the panel. In reporting women in agricultural spaces, I have come to realize that a number of women farmers face the additional challenge of sexual harassment, rape, and victimization when it comes to the farmer-herders clash. Ordinarily, we would have the normal conflict, villages sacked, and a number of other things. But women farmers are also harassed. Some of them are raped, and many of them have had to leave farming because of this situation with, the farmer-herders conflict. My question then is, given that context and how the fact that decision makers in the agricultural space are not very inclusive. For example, you might have decision makers in agriculture or climate change, and all of them are men. Maybe the only women representative is the women farmers leader. What are we doing to make that space more inclusive such that we can provide solutions that speak to the challenges women face from the farmer-herders conflict?
I'll take the second and last question from the male gender, please. Okay, sir. The man in the cap, please. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. All protocols duly observed.
Please, 30 seconds so that they can respond. Thank you.
Well, the MSME's presentation, the area of multiple taxation. If you go to the market today, you see most of people selling there are the women at the lowest ebb, selling vegetables, okra, fruits. And you see so many tickets with them. Pay this, pay that, before you can sell. So I wouldn't know what efforts this group is making to ensure that we reduce the burden on these people we are trying to protect. And they play a very great role in the system.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let me start. I think for the journalists, you need to come to Plateau to see that those figures you're talking about are not, women are included. the issues of security, for women cannot be taken out of context to everything that is happening. And government is doing its best to see that we curb all of these insecurity issues. But I must say for Plateau State that women are uppermost in that conversation when it comes to gender issues. And like I've said, let me come back to my own ministry. In the Ministry of Agric in Plateau State, I must tell you that the permanent secretary is a woman. So my part of my directors are women. So when those conversations come up, we are deliberate to mainstream gender issues in this. My background, the last place where I'm coming from is the USAID AG extension activity. And it's key, gender mainstreaming is key, to whatever we do. And so we have brought in that spirit into the things that we do in Plateau. And I must tell you that my governor is one of, check the statistics, one of the ones that has appointed the most women in Nigeria. I think you need to clap for him.
On the issue of gender or sexual violence, it's very, very unfortunate that we still have these things happening around us. It's so unfortunate. And when we came on board as a government recently after the 2023 election, we recognized the issue of security as a big threat and big challenge to both agricultural production and other social activities. And our government has invested so much into the issue of security. And I tell you today, we were able to curb the excesses of the farmer-herder clash to a minimum level. Equally, we were able to mobilize our farmers because of the measures we have put to go back to their farms, and we have a successful 2023 wet season farming. And so I can tell you that we are up and doing, and we are as much as possible trying to reduce the security problems, because taking away the security problems means taking away the sexual violence and what have you being perpetrated by the bandits. On the issue of inclusiveness, I want to tell you that we in Kebbi State, we are very, very much aware of the need to educate to carry along our women folk along. And as a result of that, we have come up with a policy in the Ministry of Agriculture to see how our women will appreciate what they do. What they do in the sense that they have activities in value addition that they are doing, but we want them to upscale their performance. So many of them operate at nano and micro level of the enterprises, but we want to educate them so that we upscale them to medium scale enterprises and what have you. On the issue of taxation, it's a fact that no country will go without taxes being paid. But unfortunately, if the wrong people are being taxed, then there is a problem. And I want to tell you that in my state where I come from, we don't have such taxations being meted out to people at very down the ladder like that. But let us be assured that for a country to move forward, taxes must be paid. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel. We've run out of time, but I would ask NESG if it is possible that people who have questions can still jot those questions and drop them probably at the back table, and we would work to see how we can answer those questions, because it's important that we don't just come and sit down and have this conversation, but we sit down, we take feedback, and we walk the talk. So I would like to especially thank my panelists for taking the time out to brainstorm on the conversation and ask Will we please give them a round of applause? And we would also give a round of applause to you all, because without you, we would have been talking to empty seats. Thank you very much.
Can the panelists please just hold on and take pictures, please?
Maybe you stay close.
Where's the camera? Thank you very much to the panelists and the moderator of this session. Thank you so much. We're going on our program. We're going to have our 3 minutes research presentation. Please, can we have Mr. Mayokun Adedira upstage, please? Please, let's notify the other breakout sessions that the session is over. We need to come into plenary. Please, we'll also like Dr. Michael Kunuji upstage, please. Dr. Olufumilayo Banjo. Yeah,
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So we will go straight to the business we started yesterday. And I'd like to call the participants to the front row. Joy Ecott. Is she around?
Yes, she's coming.
Thank you for appreciating her. And thank you for your patience. You should have made this presentation yesterday. Hadiza Salele. Hadiza. Afiz Olajire. Is Afiz around?
Yes, he's coming.
Okay. Then Fatima Jibril. Afiz Olajire, please come to the front row. Niyi Adekanla. Niyi Adekanla. Is he around?
Yes.
Okay. And Ayobambo Jegede. Where is Ayobambo? Okay. So do we have all 6 participants now? Do we have Afiz here? Afiz Olajire. Okay. So we will go on to Joy Ecott. Please. Afiz, you will wait. Ladies first, they say. So please sit. Yes. The timer should read 230, not 300. Yes, in the spirit of fairness. Okay, so your time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joy Ecott, and I work with Health Systems Consult Limited. So I'm quickly going to be making a presentation on gender dynamics, economic empowerment, and health outcomes. So this is insights from Yobe State, Nigeria. So a quick background. So we've seen that deeply rooted gender norms and cultural beliefs exist in communities in Yobe State, and this is actually what causes gender-based disparities in terms of power and decision-making and overall health outcomes amongst girls and women in Yobe. So,
hello. Please let the timer start again. And let us restart the presentation. Sorry for that. The technical team, please help us with this. Start afresh. 230. 230, not 200. Thank you. Start.
Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Joy Ecott, and I work with Health Systems Consult Limited. So my presentation is on gender dynamics, economic empowerment, and health outcomes. So a quick background, we have seen that deeply rooted gender norms and cultural expectations has been a driving force that is behind gender-based disparities in terms of power and decision-making, and then the overall health outcomes amongst women and girls in Yobe. So we conducted a study that shows the gender dynamics within communities, and this focuses on the influence of traditional gender norms and women's economic power. A qualitative study was used for this analysis, for this research, and then we conducted the interviews using focus group discussions and in-depth interviews. And the stakeholders ranges from stakeholders at the state level to the community level. The key results is, so we were able to discover that there are gender norms that limit women's political participation and also in terms of their engagement, and it also influences their roles in household decision making. We also saw that men often yield more authority in terms of financial matter, and then the women are seen to have autonomy in terms of household management. There are also harmful norms that favor men, and this causes gender-based disparities. Social and religious norms also endorses early marriages in girls, and this also leads to their health. To adverse effects that causes in terms of their sexual and reproductive health. Social and cultural beliefs opposing sexual and reproductive adolescence was also seen. And then in terms of power imbalances in the household, we also saw that this persists. So some key recommendations is to foster collaboration and then involving people, locals in the community in the design and implementation of programs that would create more effective and sustainable gender equity initiatives. Implementation of economic empowerment programs to target women and girls, and also—
Time up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please
very
let us
much.
appreciate her. Hadiza Salele.
You don't see him. What the name of this? What's the name?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hadiza Salili, and I work with Clinton Health Access Initiative. So I'm going to be presenting on addressing social norms to increase women's agency in community leadership and decision-making in Kano, Kaduna, and Katsina states. Okay. My presentation will be guided by the outline in the show. So the Nigeria Health Act recognizes the function of the WDCs to serve as the representation from the community in implementing public health programs, and also to serve as, support enrollment of beneficiaries. The World Development Committees are constituted for the organization and management of health systems. And in 2018, we conducted a mapping to understand the representation of women in community leadership structures, and we found that only 17% of the WDCs have women, and 13% have at least one woman in leadership role. The program conducted a stakeholder engagement to engage government and community leaders to sensitize them on operationalizing the WDC guidelines based on the guidance provided by the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. The program also conducted a leadership training for 1,364 women on a curriculum that was developed by the program, and also conducted post-training activities, as well as support the female WDCs with mentoring. At the end of the program, we realized that about 90% of the WDCs had women represented in leadership positions, and social norms negatively impact the participation of women, and they believe that they are also ill-suited for leadership, and the men also hinder their participation in those leadership positions. Some of the recommendations from the program is for the WDC provisioning strategy that the NPSCD is implementing, is to also have a gender lens in ensuring standard operationalization of the WDCs, and to also set up system for tracking membership of the WDC on a regular basis, and to also implement norm-shifting and gender-responsive interventions to ensure participation of women in
Time up.
leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Afiz Olajire.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Afiz Olajire, and I work with His Strategy and Consults Limited, the management consulting firm here. So over the next few minutes, I'll be speaking to the work we did on addressing one of the endemic denominator issues that has plagued our health program planning in Nigeria. So we know Nigeria, like every other country, has not had micro sensor, any form of sensor in the last over a decade, and that has already made us to rely on a lot of projected data when we are making decisions for health planning. So because of this, also understanding that immunization has been one of the most cost-efficient and cost-effective innovation for public health, we felt it would be good for us to actually understand where these children are and what are the best type of strategy for us to reach them. So to do that, we conducted an enumeration exercise in Gombe State, Nigeria. And what we did was to have some field work that require collecting data with both ODK and paper-based to count children within 2-kilometer catchment area of health facility. For program people, 2 kilometers is the distance to the health facility for people that should access care from the health facility. So and in doing that, we actually enrolled 1,060 enumerators with gender balance of 530 male and 530 female. So what we saw that was mind-boggling is we saw that our own enumeration counted over 70,000 under one. And when we compared that with the data that was used to plan primary healthcare and routine national program in Gombe State, we saw a discrepancy of over 56,000 children that are missed annually with quality routine immunization and primary healthcare service. We further stratified that into male and female because we understand the introduction of new vaccine, such as HPV and all. And we saw that 77% of this missed population are actually female, and we tried to break down that by LGA. So some of the limitations we noticed in this work is that there could have been some possible overestimation because we couldn't do this beyond 2-kilometer radius. And some of our recommendations is to replicate this exercise across all of the other states in Nigeria. So far, a strategy and consult has supported states like Gombe, Kebbi, and Zamfara to do this. And more than 130,000 children has actually been identified and are currently in their new plan for routine immunization and other primary health care program in those states. So we hope to investigate the core drivers where we have high number of missing girl children for immunization planning, as well as develop a central database where every program officer and program person in Nigeria can continue to key in to harvest that data every time they want to plan their health program. That will be the end of my presentation, and thank you, everyone.
Right on time. Fatima Jubril. Please let's appreciate her.
Good afternoon. My name is Fatima Jibril Abdudayan. I'm a lecturer from the Department of Library and Information Science, and I'll take you through our project on improving maternal health literacy in Niger State. In 2018, I visited a rural healthcare facilities while I was pregnant with my third child, and I discovered the huge gap between dissemination of information from community health workers. So we took it upon ourselves to do a survey on identifying the exact health information needs of rural women and how we can break down the reasons for maternal mortality in simplest terms. How did we do this? We started by visiting community heads and talking to husbands of these pregnant women on the reasons why we have high maternal mortality. And part of the things we do is to break down information on an area of that is causing maternal mortality, and then do a video show, a talk show, and also break it down using videos, animations, so that these women will understand what they need to do and what they have to do to prevent the death of mother and child. Part of our intervention is carrying out a medical outreach services in collaboration with doctors, community health workers, and information scientists. At the end of the day, we were able to save the life of 2 women, the woman in the middle and this one, simply because they were able to make informed health decisions based on the information health sessions that we've had with them, and at least we were able to save these 2 women from adding to the statistics of maternal mortality in Niger State. Thank you very much.
More than 50 seconds to spare. Thank you. Nii Adekonla.
Sir James.
Please let's appreciate him.
I want to cancel this thing, sir. I want to cancel. I want to cancel. I'm not the cancel.
Just stop it, right?
It's nothing like escape here. It's not escape.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nii Adekonla. I'm going to be speaking. I'm from the Policy Innovation Center. I'm going to be speaking to the subject, women's voter turnout and vote selling in the 2023 election in Nigeria, convergent methods and unintended consequences on political participation. 2023 election was welcomed by an unintended policy for fallouts that left so many in hardship economically now, and of course women were not spared in this situation. So this very event left us with a natural experiment in our ongoing study that speaks to an Harrow City randomized control trial that speaks to some 998 respondents that's using a nudging devices, 2 sets of nudging devices. And of course, at the end of it all, we discovered that the issue around tokenization of women empowerment has been, of course, on ground all along. And this outcome eventually helps us to amplify discussion around this. Now, one of the issues that we discovered around here was the fact that our findings shows that Okay, one of our findings shows that women were less, less likely to sell their votes during the election compared to the women, to men. And of course, this was born by the fact that they were left in a dilemma to choose between sustenance and selling their vote. And this was informed by the fact that women were more economically disadvantaged in this period because of the ongoing economic hardship. And at the same time, we discovered the fact that relative poverty and vote selling happen to be one of the major issues surrounding vote selling during the election. And therefore, we recommend that it is essential for the government to begin to look into economic...
Time up. Thank you. Ayobambo Jegede. Please let's appreciate her.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be talking to you about overcoming fear as a barrier to self-injection of DMPSC for improved health access in Nigeria. My name is Ayobambo Jegede and I work with Akina Plus Health. So currently, the Nigerian government is working to enhance women's access by promoting DMPSC. DMPSC is a self-injectable contraceptive, and this comes in a prefilled syringe, allowing women to be able to administer it subcutaneously. However, one of the disadvantages or barriers is the fear of self-injection amongst women. And so we did a study. We wanted to understand these fears with women. This is what DMPSC looks like. So we interviewed 61 healthcare providers, 44 self-injecting clients, both in Lagos, Enugu, and Plateau State. And we did the interviews, qualitative interviews. So for the results, we saw that some of women's fears were discomfort with needles, injections. Some women were concerned about making mistakes while injecting, and some did not have correct access to a healthcare provider or supportive healthcare provider. Some providers were also reluctant to shift this responsibility to women. Despite these fears, women reported feeling very empowered and in control of their health. These are some quotes here. Let me just read one. "I was afraid," that's what a woman says. "While pressing the injection onto my skin, the healthcare provider had to help me." So we recommend that healthcare providers are trained on promoting and supporting women's self-injection of DMPSC. Targeted support programs should be established for users, that's women who self-inject. Programs should focus on person-centered service provision, and messages should be tailored to tackle specific fears of SI. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the last presenter for this session. We have come to the end of the session. The results will be collated and winners will be announced later. And be assured the results will not be nullified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pictures, please. Can you just... Dr. Tayo, Dr. Tsui, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kuniji, and members of your panel. Thank you, Mayoko. Please, can we give them a round of applause? We'll be skipping lunch for now, so we'll just quickly carry out 2 sessions quickly. I'm excited about this particular session. Firstly, because of the topic, and secondly, because of the panel. It's all about power, shifting harmful gender norms to advance livelihood and health. I'll call on Dr. Osasi Udirisu, who is the Executive Director of the Policy Innovation Center. She's the moderator for this session. You're welcome. Can we please give her a round of applause?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. GS 2023, Bridges. Yeah. Okay, so the topic of this panel is it's all about power, shifting harmful social norms to advance livelihood and health. And we have a really, a very distinguished panel to do justice to this topic. I would quickly introduce our panelists, and then we'll go right in to have the conversation. We'll try as much as possible to make it, brief and concise, so there'll be time for some questions and answers. I will start by calling on Dr. Tayo Ajiro-Tutu. He's Director, Psychological Services, Yaba Psychiatric Hospital, Lagos. You're welcome. Please, let's make him welcome. Oh, you can come this way. Okay. I would also want to call His Royal Majesty Eze Nelson Merengwa, Vice Chairman, Abia State Traditional Ruling Council, Chairman, Ngwa Council of Traditional Rulers. You're welcome, sir. Next, I'll call Ambassador Asmao Benzio Leo, Executive Director, Center for Nonviolence and Gender Advocacy in Nigeria. You're welcome. I would also like to call on Mrs. Olufunke Barua, Program Officer, West Africa, Ford Foundation. Dr. Kemi Da Silva Ibru, Founder, Women at Risk International Foundation. You are most welcome. And last but not the least, Mrs. Onyinye Belinda Dubisi, Program Manager, UNDP, Nigeria. So good afternoon, and let's have a conversation. So in the past 2 days, we've been talking about advancing gender and inclusion through the intersection of trade and health. But we cannot exhaust this conversation without trying to understand how the interaction between social norms, livelihood, and health outcomes, given, the way gender roles, access to resources, entrepreneurship, and decision-making in our country is shaped by norms. And I would dive right into I'm not going to spend so much time talking about the overviews because I have a very expert panel here to do justice to that. So I'll just really start by, I'm going to start from Mrs. Barua. From your experience, over the past decades, what are some ways that you have seen social norms impact negatively on livelihood and health, particularly for women and marginalized groups. And feel free to give examples as much as you can.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Got it. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Osasu, for having me. I think that, as we all know, we're products of our socialization, and across the world, and particularly here in African settings, there are defined social norms, and women and girls, men and boys have certain boxes that society will construct and say, this is where you fit, this is where you don't fit. And over the years, as members of the society, we continue to reinforce that social construct for years, for decades, and centuries. In terms of how women engage in the social sector, and in the economy, you find that certain roles are just completely set aside for men. A few days ago, I was trying to get a taxi, and I found a few women driving taxis in Abuja. How many? I'm not talking about Ubers. I'm talking about the regular kabu. And it was strange because I asked that question with the taxi driver I was in. What has been the reception at the park where that woman might likely need to originate from, or in terms of the gatekeepers of that sector? How do they engage with them? And one of the things I had, it's been tough for many of those women, but many of them have been able to navigate that space. On the flip side, you also find it affecting men in different sectors. However, a lot of these social norms are constructed to either ensure that a certain gender has power, influence, voice, agency over and above the other. In the past, and from my interaction with a couple of faith and cultural leaders, they were usually set to help protect the vulnerable. But over the years, a lot of these social norms and social constructs have now been upturned to actually oppress and undermine the voice, power, and agency of the vulnerable. And we see it play out. So inequality is at the root of many of the negative cultural practices and social norms or religious norms that we face today. And it affects women more because of the power play, because of the culture of patriarchy. And so if you look at sexual and reproductive health, you look at education, you look at women, economic empowerment, you look at women in politics, across all these domains where the concept of power and influence plays out, women are disproportionately undermined. And that's where we have the problem.
Thank you so much for laying that foundation. I want to pick on something you said. So you said that this started out as strategies for protecting the vulnerable, but has now transitioned to begin to oppress even these people who are most vulnerable. Asma, I would like to ask you, in your experience, what has changed? How has this transition, for example, from defining roles to protect women, for example, or defining roles to ensure that there's structure in the community, how has this now transitioned from social protection in one sense to now oppression, like we sometimes now see this happen? What has happened? What has happened with this transition?
I have mine. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. I want to look at it from three perspectives. One from the pre-colonial Nigeria to the colonial era and the post-colonial era. For pre-colonial era, Nigerian women have been respected because older women in the communities occupy the same position as the men. But gradually, we saw a transition during the colonial era whereby the introduction of the direct rule and the indirect rule further exacerbated the dominance of male, or what we call the years for the world, over 300 social norms. Social norms in themselves are not bad. Of course, they are what guide us within the community to know, because there has to be checks and balance, there has to be structures, especially cultural, religious tenets that will, harmonize as a country and as a people, especially, like Funke said, the most vulnerable. And who are women most at times? When you look at the face of poverty, there's a lot of advocacy, a lot of funding, a lot of collaboration from all actors, both state and non-state actors. But it is not yet Uhuru. We haven't used to be, but not yet we want to be as a country and as a people.
Is it getting better, Asma?
I wouldn't have been able to sit here in front of His Royal Highness talking.
Okay, great. Dr. Ibro, you do a lot of work with women at risk. I want you to take us through the power dynamics. So many vulnerable women, over the past decade. What are the real issues that, exacerbate this conflicts in power? Be open to talk about men today. So the Gender and Inclusion Summit is not just about women. So we're speaking about vulnerable populations. Power dynamics, would create the vulnerability that shifts, negatively impacts on livelihood and health.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Osasui, for a little bit about what we do at my organization. We deal in the prevalence of gender-based violence. We look at education, and we look at the community. When we talk about the menace of gender-based violence, I mentioned the how and the why. The reason, however, we reach the areas that we do is because, unfortunately, these social drivers speak to every aspect and every issue in the environments we live. At my organization, we work with violence. Women are abused. Now, women are abused in this part of the world. We know that 1 in 4 girls before age 18 would have one violent sexual encounter. However, the reasons behind why, we spend a lot of time looking at who does this, the perpetrator. But who's the perpetrator? A man, typically, in 86% of cases. But what man? A relative, a husband, a spouse. We're living in an environment where our social norms dictate that we do not speak because we're subjugated by these very men. And then we're told to keep silent and carry the abuse. Another example is under the health pillar, female gender. We know that the women in communities are complicit in these acts because the women carry out these mutilations. But why do they do this? Because they have a misguided sense of if they don't do this, this poor girl has to deal with the consequences. Husband, she's been taught that she won't remain pure. And so in spite of the fact that she has probably been mutilated herself, and she's very much aware of the health hazards, young boys, and these are boys that just by mere attendance are more than girls in these schools. The boy. Opportunities are given to him. So yes, he becomes entitled. And as he grows older, these entitled acts encouraging this boy to have these views. So what do? We educate them. Then we look at the community. There are so many examples of the narrative of this social norm, of this subjugation of women. We've heard different ethnic groups. Funke and I have talked about it a lot. From minor misdemeanors like she burnt his food, therefore it's okay to beat her. We have many communities that condone. So again, we need to look at of these acts of violence. Very still, because we cannot continue at this current rate, and we need to find solutions to frog leap. Otherwise,
and that brings me to the next conversation. We're losing so much. We need to find solutions. Onye, we've worked together on a livelihood project before for survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. Let's now discuss because sometimes maybe we don't know how much we're losing, and that's why we maybe downplay the potential impact. I mean, just think about it. If people were not subjugated by norms, how successful would they be? Economic opportunities are we losing by not having conversations about shifting harmful norms? Is it affecting, how is this affecting livelihood, productivity? Because we're here, this maternal mortality, health, well-being. Should we have conversations about how social norms are negatively impacting livelihood and health?
Thank you so much, Osasuality, as reflected on the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is one point I would want to drop here. And then understanding the university you think you are. You have a right to livelihood, you have a right to shelter, education. Now, coming to the issue of livelihood supports and social norms, that discussion needs to should have started since. Open things that we have, because it's not just affecting the women folks, it's also affecting the kids of the women. Bearing in mind that gender-based violence affects women who are women leading families. Most of them leave home because of those abuses with their kids, right? And some of them live a shadow kind of life until they are gotten or held to be able to go through those pathways to bring life back. Now, how do we measure this? If we begin to measure gender-based violence, then we should know that this should be an issue to be discussed. Because we've not measured it as a country. So I think the discussion we should be having is that how do we measure gender-based violence vis-a-vis the GDP of Nigeria per person? And that could tell us what we stand to lose. I've listened to survivor stories, and I've heard that because of gender-based violence, kids have been halted from going to school. Because peradventure, a woman is living in Lagos and you need to move back to maybe around April to where your parents live. Your kids won't go to school for that session, right? That term. And then you have to put them, that's cost. It's no longer a benefit analysis. You look at it from a deficit point of view. So it's a discussion we need to have. But we can't have that discussion without government. We can't have that discussion where we have basic facilities missing for survivors. We are lucky that they've survived. Are we counting the number of deaths? So if we are measuring, we should measure vis-a-vis deaths. So if we're not measuring vis-a-vis deaths, then we will not make an accurate calculation and also the interventions to provide. Now, beyond even gender-based violence, we need to look at issues that pertain to deep-rooted social norms, which is linked to inequality. We need to look at deep issues of gender stereotypes, which has contributed so much undervaluing women's contribution to the community. A woman who does well is attributed to someone helping her without knowing that she's putting a lot to get to where she is. So how do we begin to look at stereotypes and gender norms vis-a-vis the contributions of women from their home front to their workplace, to their community, and to the entire nation? So these are issues of discussion that we have to bring to the core. And the moment we do that with data and measurements of per cost of each individual, then that discussion wouldn't give us any output. Thank you, Osasu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would go to your Royal Majesty now. So we've been talking about social norms, and we've been talking about socialization, and just trying to understand how to improve productivity and livelihood of women and vulnerable groups. In your opinion, sir, what practical ways, for example, at the level of the community, at the level of the state, can we start this conversation, and can we begin to bring, because sometimes when we look at harmful social norms, we just view it from maybe the impacts on general well-being. But we even stand the risk of dealing with some key economic consequences, losing the next generation, because we know the critical role that women play, for example, in the home. But we also now even stand the risk of, as a country, limiting our potential to achieve real economic independence, even as a country. So what ways, what strategies can we begin to think about, sir, to engage better, to discuss, at least even to have the conversation, and begin to see what change looks like?
Thank you, the moderator. I think after this discussion that whatever we discuss here will be put into work. Already things has changed and things has spoiled in Nigeria. I reduced my own actually. I said engaging community and religious leaders is crucial in shifting harmful social norms, whether in Abia State, Ngwaland, or Nigeria as a whole. Innovative approaches can play a significant role in achieving this objective. Here are some strategies that could be considered. 1, collaborative partnership, foster partnership between government agencies, NGOs, and religious organizations to address harmful social norms. Collaboratively, this approach allows for a holistic and integrated intervention. 2, dialogue and awareness program conduct dialogue section and awareness program targeting community and religious leaders. This program can create a safe space for open discussion, challenging existing norms and promote positive alternatives. 3, training and capacity building, provide training and capacity building programs for community and religious leaders. This program can equip them with the necessary knowledge and skill to address harmful social norms effectively. 4, media and communication utilize various media platforms, such as radio, television, and social media to disseminate messages promoting positive social norms. Engaging community and religious leaders in these communication efforts can enhance their reach and impact. Cultural and religious advisors tailor intervention to align with the cultural and religious value of the community by demonstrating respect for local tradition and beliefs. It becomes easier to engage community and religious leaders in the process of shifting harmful social norms. 6, peer-to-peer influence. Engage influential community members and religious leaders who have the potential to positively influence others. These individuals can serve as role models and advocates for change within their communities. Last, integrational approaches involve both older and younger generation in discussion and initiatives targeting harmful social norms. This integrational.
Okay, thank you, sir. I would like to, just ask a bit more about 2 of the important points you mentioned. So you talked about capacity building.
Yes.
How do we organize, what, in your opinion, what type of capacity building or training would work for traditional rulers? How do we organize these training sessions? Is it at the level of the state, as part of your council meetings? What sort of entry points are needed, to ensure that, what sort of advocacy is needed to ensure that we can actually, organizations can come in to have these real conversations and work with the community to change harmful social norms?
Yes, you can see traditional rulers are the head of the community.
And when we are there to invite or address people or to tell people the best way we can do something to stand, people used to listen to us. All right? And when we are doing that, we will put it, when we start something, we must do it to an end so that those things that we have started, you can see in government today, they can start something, they cannot finish it. There's no way you can come to a good leader in the community. That leader must start something and start it well and end it well. So when we are trying to say this, we know all the problems in the community, in the villages, and everywhere. And we know our people, they are suffering, both the youth and the rest of them. So what I'm saying in this is that when we have that capacity building, that is when we are involved in it, we will do something reasonable, invite people, do the necessary things to make sure that those things that people suffer in various places, we must be calm down. That's what I mean.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. We'll still come back to you. And then, Tayo, I would like to ask you, I mean, in your practice, can you, I don't want us to leave behind the psychosocial, psychological, psychosexual consequences of gender-based violence and harmful social norms. I know that you've done a lot of couple counseling, you've worked extensively working with families, over so many decades. Can you help us get a sense of what this means for families, bringing those norms, what this means, the consequences, and in what sort of strategies? I mean, I know this is a bit individual level, but what sort of strategies, is there even any remedy in terms of being able to change that mindset? These mindsets that come from harmful social norms.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. D. Well, we've worked together for years, and it's a privilege to share my knowledge here. Well, we first look at gender, and in this context, we won't separate it because both males and females are vulnerable now. Well, it's always skewed more to the female, who are usually the victims. But now, we're having so much issues on the men's side. It's usually underreported now, and we've been seeing a lot of men coming into sessions because of issues that has to do with emotional deprivation from the opposite sex, experiences at place of work, which is some of the things I was going to talk about when you talk about the issue of power. If you talk about power, you look at power dynamics, which falls into about 5 or 6 categories. You have the structural power dynamics, you have the political power dynamics, you have the internal power dynamics, which has to do with the home, because that's an interaction within spouse, interaction within children, interaction within colleagues at work, and other areas, because our life falls in 3 angles: our work life, family life, and our religious life. And at those 3 areas, those are the areas where we interact with people. And there, easily, we have people who have domineering factor over us. Out of those 3 angles, the most significant one is your work life, which brings food to the table, clothes on your back, shelter and all that, which people hold very, very firm. The other 2 angles are choices, and which we've seen over time. Because if a marriage is toxic, you have the right to walk your way down. Even we professionals are talking about that. We're talking about that now. If your marriage is toxic, you can walk away. Because we've seen a lot of cases of people being killed. And for your religious belief as well, it's option. I might decide I'm a Christian person, I can decide to become a Muslim tomorrow. It's a choice. But in those 2 domains, you still have control, power control, and exclusion. And that brings us to the issue of inclusion, which I was going to talk about. At the workplace, which has to do with structural power, you could see segregation there. The power is supposed to be distributed downstream, but some particular people are more favored. And what happens to others that are not favored? They become unproductive, they develop low self-esteem, they lose interest in certain things in the workplace because they feel they are not doing enough, and it takes away their confidence from them. And what happens, it affects their performance and productivity at work. And you can also look at the political power as well. Some people are deprived, they are segregated as well. It affects them. And in all this, both political, interpersonal, even educational sector, and once you feel you are not recognized, you feel excluded, they develop some psychological issues, which we are seeing. People are presenting with both males and females now. So we need to start looking at that area. All those are major issues and which we cannot take away from our lives, because those three areas are where we function. And in practice, we are seeing a lot now, ranging from abuses for males and females, children neglect, which also we are talking about, which is a major issue, because the mind of a child is like a slate. It is what you write there that prints out. So we need to be careful when we do some certain things while these children are there, because the first place where they learn is from home. The home is the first teacher. School teachers are supposed to teach English, mathematics, and all that. But the parents and family members have neglected the moral and values. And that takes us to what our Royal Highness talked about, the cultural perspective as well. The cultural perspective where we also have issues that has to do with power there. The cultural perspective tells you about the norms, the values, and the belief system, which guides our behavior. And even in that sector, people are excluded as well by being deprived. Some people are above the law. They give the rules, they give the regulations, but do they function in that domain? So a lot of people present with so many psychological issues, which has emancipated from most of these issues, which ties to the power dynamics, which would not also leave out the social norms, which has been talked earlier on. And they present with different kind of psychological pathologies, which we are seeing now presently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. We have established indeed that harmful social norms would have a negative impact on livelihood, on health, on well-being, on economic outcomes. So let's talk a bit about the solution. Dr. Ibru, His Royal Highness talked about peer learning, and I was really interested in taking that further. How do we create opportunities if we think that that is one way to go, especially with, we're seeing a lot of male engagement programs now, even we're seeing male-couple conversations couple conversations where they bring, we're seeing quite a lot of new thinking around shifting norms beyond the traditional approaches of just providing direct messaging. What are your thoughts about this conversation that he has started about peer learning? Do you think it's effective, or what other things have you done in your practice?
Well, I think first and foremost, we always start with the woman. So unapologetically, we look at the issue through her lens, and we see and find solutions to protect her. As my learned clinical psychologist from Yaba stated, unfortunately, when you're dealing with women and you're dealing with an issue such as this, you have to recognize that you need to treat her trauma. And by treating her trauma, she needs to be counseled. Now, when you counsel her, you're giving her the voice and the platform to start her healing. But as important is engaging the community. And in engaging the community, again, we speak to who is in the community. First, we look at her, the women in the community, and again, we look at how do we protect them. However, in my opinion, I believe that a game changer, especially in this part of the world, is including men and boys in the conversation. I think for far too long, we have spent a lot of time and resources, and as I rightly said, unapologetically so, in tackling it through the lens of response and prevention of her acts. But we need to include men and boys because we are living in an environment where our cultural practices dictate that women are subservient, and so therefore she has no agency over herself. I was reading somewhere that 86% of women visit a hospital because of a sexual encounter. However, only 10% have agency over the decision that she makes. And so who's making the decision for her? We have to include the men in the community. We have to engage the boys because boys are institutionalized in these same violent environments. And so they see and they mimic what goes on around them. And so we have young adolescent boys growing and entitled, becoming potential perpetrators instead of protectors. So we need to look at training programs, educational programs at that adolescent age, at that formative age group. And then we need to engage communities, but we need to also focus on the men in the communities. Very quickly, I'll give an example of some work we did in Cross River in the Urban group. And many issues, but the primary issue that we were tackling was that of child brides or money brides in that environment. And these are very quickly, young girls that are sold into other families in lieu of a debt. And so a lot of them endure acts of violence from a very young age. There's teenage pregnancy. They don't have any opportunity beyond going to a farm. So they're never educated. And sadly, this continues until she reaches an age where she either dies or she then passes this on to the next family member. And when we walked into the community, we very quickly saw that the women were available only because the clansmen had allowed them to gather. But they were fearful. They were not open with the acts of violence. They only waited until the men left the room to share. And so it was very apparent to us that spending our time with these women was important. Empowering them and allowing them to understand that what's happening is wrong is important. But in actually effecting change, we needed to sit with the clansmen. We needed to start changing his point of view, because ultimately he makes that decision as to what's to occur with her. So that would be my first and foremost opinion, which would be include men and please include boys in this conversation.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Quickly, I'll go to Ms. Barua. His Royal Highness talked about media, and we've been hearing a lot of conversations about social behavioral change and media, because we're looking at a problem at scale. What are your thoughts about how we can use media, to even begin to create new messaging around harmful social norms, and what has worked?
Thank you, Sasu. And maybe just to buttress the point, currently with our work at the Ford Foundation, we're also really interrogating the role of faith and culture leaders, because we realize that leaders of faith and culture sit in the realms of power where they can influence change. They are gatekeepers and custodians of faith and culture. And so we need them, and I really agree with His Royal Majesty's points about capacity building. And I think when he said that it comes from a place of deep interest in learning more about some of these issues and inviting us as partners to work with faith and culture leaders to bring about change. And that's what we've been doing on our strategy, is to engage and make sure that the faith and culture leaders have the tools and the information they need to engage and to confront some of these negative social, religious, and cultural practices as champions, and not just as champions, to lead the advocacy themselves. And for me, it's a win-win strategy, because with the advocacy of women who are most affected or most impacted, by whether gender-based violence, whether exclusion from a political life, whether child marriage or female genital mutilation, or even lack of access to education. If you have a culture leader or a faith leader, just imagine the Sultan of Sokoto when he talked about immunization. Look at the impact we made, and we were able to roll back polio. Imagine the same Sultan, making such significant statements and putting his money where his mouth is around that. The Oni of Ife, the Obi of Onisha, and all these fathers of our faith and our culture really leading the advocacy with the support of government, policymakers, stakeholders, and women's rights organizations. I think we will make significant progress if that happens. In terms of media, I mean, decades ago, the best way for socialization was through folklore, was through the town criers, even though I miss those days, and all those things. But right now, we have technology, we have social media, we have the arts and the entertainment. And whether we like it or not, we have a generation whose socialization is framed through television, through Twitter, through Instagram, and through all other traditional and new media. And to be able to influence the kind of messaging that comes out from those groups who are very powerful. In the past, before you get a gossip or an information to 100 people, it will take you days to get it. You just need a post now and you will get millions. Imagine the power behind a generation and a movement of media practitioners who understand social norms, who can help us drive. I mean, you and I can do it. They have the influence, they have the reach. So we need to interrogate how we can engage media practitioners. And we've already started some work. For instance, we had a few media organizations who were engaged to do capacity building even for reporters. How do you report issues? How do you talk about women? What is the, so to speak, for want of a better word, body language of media houses when you talk about rape, for instance? Are you going to start your story with a woman wearing miniskirt was raped walking on a lonely street last night? You've already destroyed that woman's case and power and agency. But if you're saying, and you're reporting back and reframing the way you talk about these things in your newsrooms, in your media, survivor-centered media advocacy around social issues and social norms will be the best way to go.
Thank you so much. I'm still going to come back to my other panelists, but I just want to give some opportunities for questions. So please, if you have a question, yes. Please just do it in 30 seconds so that we have time to take all the feedback.
My name is Honorable Doris Samaka. I am the senatorial candidate for FCT 2019 and also National Coordinator Uju Kennedy Support Group. I want to talk about power. He's talking about leadership, and inclusion, women inclusion in governance. So I want to talk about where women did election with men in a constituency.
Is it a question?
It's a question.
Okay.
Yeah, where they did election with men in a constituency, and this woman, the men never want her to see the light of the day. Even when she won elections, they will suppress her and give it to call the result for the man. So where and how the stakeholders are going to come into this. That is number one. Number two is the early marriage that leads to divorce in the long run. So how will the stakeholders come again to make sure that these women have what we call free justice, free courts, where they can go to report their cases? At the end of the day, they get justice, because most times they go to the courts, they don't get justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, the panelists.
My name is Doris Oswiwu. I have a question directly to His Royal Majesty. Sir, as an advocate of FGM, who happens to be in the field for like more than 13 years, if I'm not mistaken, working on FGM, female genital mutilation, I want to ask this question to you. We've been in the field pushing for the end of FGM. We've been working, we've been writing reports.
Please, can you just ask the question?
Okay.
I want more people to be
I
able
want
to
to
ask
know
questions.
if the traditional leaders in the community, what they've been doing, because it's as if the more we push, the more it increases. The best traditional attendants don't listen to what we're saying. They say they don't do cutting. Rather, they use hand to do the FGM, which causes infection to the babies.
That's
so I want
noted.
to know what the traditional leaders are doing concerning this, because we really need their help as long as FGM is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next question.
FGM, female genital mutilation.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Taiwo Akerele from Policy House. I'm directing this question to the traditional ruler. Please, what's the situation with asset sharing between men and women in your domain? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for making it brief. We'll take 2 more questions, and that'll be it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Angela Olofo-Adeoye. Mine is more of a contribution. Can I just add a voice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We're talking about harmful traditional norms and how it inhibits the health and livelihood of women. And I just want to add voice that for us to go forward, we need to actually collaborate with the traditional rulers and the communities, because they are the custodians of these harmful social norms. If we are able to collaborate with them via sensitization and advocacy, a mere proclamation from them would totally eradicate these harmful social norms for women and further impact on their livelihoods. Thank you very much.
Okay, one more. The last one.
Mr. Ndukwe is my name. When we're growing up, we heard a parable that said, when the righteousness in the mind, the beauty in the character. And when the beauty in the character, the harmony in the home. And when the harmony in the home, the peace in the nation. When all these are lacking, this is the problem I'm having. I don't know, let me just ask this question. Why is it the more we talk about GBV, they have more increase? Is the GBV section of Ministry of Justice, are they really partial? Are they really impartial? Like my brother just said there, you can walk away. And that's what women want now. Why? They want to inherit the property, they want to kick women out of the house. Why is it increased? Are they keeping statistics? Are you solving the problem? Are you increasing it?
Okay, thank you so much. So quickly, Oye, I would like you to start from this last question. It says, as the more we talk about it, the more it increases. Speak a bit to access to justice.
Thank you very much, Osasu. I was going to speak on that. So, but before I jump on that, 4 key takeaways for us. So number 1 is engaging the media. Number 2 is that parents, somebody posed a question around early child marriage. Parents should also take responsibility of their children. Let's put that out here.
Fine.
Parents should take responsibility of their children. You don't put your children out for child marriage and blame people. You take responsibility and let government do their course and let CSOs do their own bit. Number 3 is engaging men. It's a patriarchal society in Nigeria. We need to find level ground to engage our men, because without them, we can see that they are one of the perpetrators. Most things we complain about are done by men. So we need to find a very great opportunity to bring men on. But again, the access to justice component, which is really, really overlooked. Access to justice is very, very important. Most things we see on the field is that even when you go to the police to report a case, and by the time they're following up, the perpetrator is available, the survivor withdraws the case for different reasons. So this is an area that we are trying to look at to say, because some of this, if it's intimate partner violence, which is between a partner or a husband and a wife, there could be rape. But if it's around sexual assault and rape, we are trying to see if the government can begin to handle it as a capital case, which it is, to enforce the survivor, to ensure that the rudiments and pathways to justice is established. So now the government is available, the legal pathways, they are there, the NAPTIP is in Abuja, there is FIDA, there is National Human Rights Commission, there is police, there is Ministry of Justice, the SGBV units, they are doing great work. So maybe I think Osasu is that there's need to, begin a massive campaign to tell people the availability of these platforms and offices or units to help with access to justice. But again, is that our parents willing to report this case because of stigma and discrimination? I am Igbo, and there are certain things you report. They say, oh, you will not get married again. So people try to shy away from the reportage from happening. And finally, just to say that deep-rooted social norms cannot be eradicated without behavioral modification, communication, and attitude change. So this is something to take away. We need to start talking about it. We need to start being open about that discussion without fear of what people will do. And of course, social protection and measures that would give women insurance and also the bargaining power to who they are. Thank you to this government, because I hear there are lots of funds that the Ministry of Humanitarian is bringing about. There is need to advocate for more women inclusiveness in those pathways so that we see that women, what percentage of women are getting this fund? How do we determine that they really got it, even from onset? So these are things we need to put across there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tayo, I'll go to you quickly. He said something, people always talk about walking away. Walking away. How easy is that? And also in the context of power and agency, like we have been discussing.
Yes, now we talk about marriage. There are 3 stages of marriage: your formative years, stability year, and permanent stage. And the culture, our culture ties us. Like what we've talked about here. Our beliefs, some are not written anyway, that, I must not go out of my mind. My mind must not break, traditionally, spiritually, and all that. We hold on to it. But we are seeing a lot of people breaking down from issues from the marriage, having mental problem, breaking down completely. A quick example: I have a patient who had been breaking down. She would break up, have a breakdown. We admit her, treat her for like 6 weeks, 7 weeks. She gets well. She go back to that home front. She's stable for about 2-3 months. She comes back again, and it's a circle. Let's sit down. Let's have a review. What is happening? Okay, after a particular discharge, can she go to her family house? Let's see. And she went to her family house, and she was there for 8 months. No breakdown. From there, she went back to her marital home. 2-3 months, she was back in the hospital again. That is just one. We found out that, as a professional, we won't tell you to separate. We won't tell you. I'm not preaching that. But if it becomes life-threatening, your life is at risk. But for both gender, both male and females, we can start talking about it where harmfulness comes into play.
Thanks so much, Tayo. His Royal Majesty, a lot of the questions are actually for you, but just in 1 minute, because you talk about asset sharing, women's participation in elections, and female genital mutilation. Can you just speak briefly? I mean, he's actually answered some of these questions, but I just want you to spotlight it again. I think especially asset sharing, because we can link that directly to livelihood.
Yeah, I see about traditional rulers all over Nigeria. We are one. Depends on your own state and what you do. I think by myself that traditional rulers are working. We are so much busy to make sure that things goes its normal way. The problem we are facing in our various communities is, we are not enacted into the law of Federal Republic of Nigeria, and sometimes when you do something, the state will come out to say, why did you do this? But I know by myself that we are handling all these issues one by one. We help people in normal way to make sure that things move well. So I am saying in general that traditional rulers are working and they are helping issues very well. We are not relenting. That is it.
Thank you so much, sir. And Asma, one last word from you.
Okay, is the question free to just... Is it a question or I should just...
Well, maybe the one around child marriage.
Okay, about...
And Oye said something about, the mother, like the role of the parents. In reality, what is the intersection between that?
This is a public place. It's not just the role of the mother. It's co-parenting.
Yeah, okay.
And that's why I said it's the role of the parents, so that we don't push it to the mothers. The upbringing of kids are for both parties.
Parents.
Yes.
Okay, but I just want you to speak to how that intersects with the social norms we've been speaking about, as we round up.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the first approach will be the legal and institutional framework that are already existing. Because our culture is so endemic that we can't run away from child bride. And except we attack it from the legal perspective or institutional policies, we can't get this stopped in the community. We have the Child Rights Act, which of course has been domesticated in many of the states. We have the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, which also many states in Nigeria have domesticated. But just like the cliche everywhere, it's the implementation and the enforcement of such laws. And you can't go and tell a parent that is poor that sometimes there is this bargain, you commercialize the marriage, we look at the political economy of child marriage, whereby you see her as a form of exchange for goods and services. So when you pick a child and give her out to another family for exchange of something, for the family, especially vulnerable family, they don't see that as the way we seated on this side of the divide see it. So how do we create that awareness? Going back to the role of community influencers, like the chiefs, the religious, political leaders, community leaders, traditional leaders, and even women groups, because women have a very key role to play. The custodians of our culture, especially in terms of FGM, child marriage, are the older women. And so this conscientization, this sensitization, awareness creation, Funke has talked so much about the role of the media. The village people don't know this social media, but they have their own channel, the radio. Do we utilize the town criers you mentioned to take down this message to the grassroots? The impact, health implication, the educational, barriers that creates, also the economic and also the participation in governance leadership, because a girl child eventually evolves, grows, and becomes a woman. So this
and she goes with, the socialization goes with her.
All through to the lifespan of that child.
All right. Thank you so much. 30 seconds.
So very quickly, I just wanted to answer the question of the gentleman that asked whether or not gender-based violence is on the increase. Statistically, we work with 1 in 4 girls before the age of 18, and 1 in 10 boys before the age of 18 will experience at least one violent sexual encounter. We are not, as far as I'm aware, changing that statistic. What we have noticed, however, is women and men have always disclosed in secret when these acts of violence occurred, but they never actually reported it because they didn't have platforms to come forward to do so. So when we say that it suddenly appears as though these cases are on the increase, what is actually happening is that we're now getting better reporting. And so the cases that have always been apparent, we're now hearing about. And so we're providing platforms, whether it's through legal agencies, whether it's through non-governmental agencies like myself, whether they're CSOs, whether they're grant-providing foundations such as Ford. And so we're seeing more and more of these cases being reported. So yes, the cases have always been there. The statistic has not changed, but the reporting platforms have certainly improved, and so we're hearing more of these cases.
And even awareness is also increasing, and what you find is people don't even consider what we know technically as gender-based violence. People don't even have the consciousness that they're actually being abused. When you deny resources, for example, it's gender-based violence, but denial of resources without the awareness or information may be viewed as a normal part of daily living. So yes, the awareness is increasing, and that's what advocacy is all about. One last word from Funke as we stand up, because we are going to be chased away from here anytime soon.
Okay. Should I say thank you? I think that going forward, we need to begin to talk about, and I'm really glad that you answered that question, because he really wanted a response on what's happening, and I like the way you answered. It's not that it's on the increase, it's that these issues were treated as family matters, and now it is now a criminal offense. It's no longer family matter. People come out, people are bolder, and the more we encourage people to talk about it, families can get help if those issues appear. But I think that ultimately it depends on us. We all need to work together to ensure that we begin to dismantle negative social norms and cultural practices. Thank you.
A round of applause for them. We can do better. Thank you so much to our distinguished panelists and moderator. You would agree with me that it was an interesting session, and we wish we could go on and on, but then we need to go on. So can we give them a round of applause as they come down from the stage? We can do more. We can do better than that. Well done. GS23, building bridges. I believe you'd agree with me that the rice at the bottom of the pot is sweeter, and we've seen it from the panel that we just had. So before we go ahead, and again, I'm your captain, and we are on time. We're almost there. We have one more panel session. But before we do that, can you take out your mobile phones, please? And those of you online, please, we would want you to hashtag GS23. Please take out your mobile phones, take a selfie, and post it on our social media platforms with hashtag GS23. So please post it on Twitter or X, GS23. So we all have our pictures out there. Deal? So I'll give you a minute to do that. Please take out your phones. I can't see your phones. Take out your phones. Take a selfie. And you post it on Twitter. Hashtag GS23. Thank you. So we'll be preparing for the final high-level panel. And it's a ministerial panel. And I would like to call on the moderator of this panel to introduce the panelists. I would like to call on Nabila Aguele. She's a senior fellow, African Center for Economic Transformation, and also the board member, Women for Women International. Nabila, is Nabila here? I saw her earlier on. Okay, she's coming in from the lounge. So are we doing, as she comes up, have we done and posted our pictures? Who has? Anyone has? A show of hand, please, if you have. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. So the rest of us, please, hashtag GS23, put it on X, formerly called Twitter, tag us. So GS23, building bridges. Thank you. Is Nabila here? So, ladies and gentlemen, can we give her a round of applause as she comes up to the stage? Nabila Agwale, you're welcome. We can do better than that. Are we tired? No, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, or evening, I should say. How are we all feeling? I know we can do better than that. So you are all welcome. I know we've been enjoying an incredible 2 days of programming, and it is my absolute pleasure to moderate this next intersectional session, which will be a high-level session focused on bridging the gender gap, leveraging what works to accelerate inclusive economic growth. Now, before we get into the panel, I'd like to briefly outline the flow of events. So what we'll start with is a technical presentation from a colleague from the World Bank, who I'll introduce shortly. She will then hand back over to me, and I'll set the stage very briefly, and then introduce our distinguished panelists up for what will be a very interesting and informative discussion around innovative solutions to address this very issue. So with that, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Ms. Julia Vaillant, who is with us all the way from Washington, D.C. She is a senior economist with the World Bank's Gender Innovation Lab, and she'll be taking us through a brief technical presentation that will help set the scene. Thank you, and you're welcome, Julia.
Thank you.
Yes, this is it, right here. Good.
Thank you. Okay. But do people see it?
Oh, yeah, sure. So come on, just speak. Just gonna just switch.
Good afternoon. Is it hot? Okay.
It should be displayed.
Okay.
Don't worry.
All right. Thank you. Where's Nabila? Oh, there you go. Thank you, Nabila. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Your Royal Highness, Executive Director of Commercial Banking at Access Bank, Global Director for Gender at the World Bank, and Nigeria Country Director for the World Bank, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Why are we here today? There are gender inequalities in earnings everywhere. Whether women are running businesses, farming, or employed and earning wages, they always make less than men. That is hurting the Nigerian economy, and it's hurting these women and their families. We have all heard of the new presidential 8-point agenda. This is an agenda of hope for Nigerian women and girls. From poverty reduction to inclusivity, from job creation to access to capital, all of the objectives lay the groundwork for less inequality and higher earnings and empowerment for women and girls. Today, I want to walk you through 5 solutions that can make a difference in Nigeria by helping eliminate inequalities between women and men. With these 5 solutions, we are taking the good intentions and ideas of the government, combining them with our research and evidence to convert them into actions that will fully unlock the potential of women and girls in Nigeria. Solution number 1, addressing women's extreme poverty through economic inclusion. Points 1 and 2 of the Renewed Hope Agenda are ensuring food security and ending poverty. Among the 40% of Nigerians who live under the national poverty line are many women who face many reinforcing constraints. They leave school sooner than men, they have fewer assets, and society tells them the jobs they should do and the jobs they shouldn't do. Solutions that address all of women's barriers simultaneously can lift Nigerian women out of poverty. The government of Nigeria recently piloted an economic inclusion package within its National Safety Net program, and the results are extremely good. Women were offered a package that combines skills trainings, access to savings, coaching, and an asset transfer. We conducted a study of the impact of that package using the most rigorous available methods of evaluation. And we found that the package caused women to increase their earnings, be more empowered, happier, and their households to be more food secure. The program was offered on top of regular cash transfers, which were also found to help women save more and boost their employment. Surprisingly, the cash transfers also boosted their neighbors' economic activity. Scaling up economic inclusion programs will be key to achieving the sort of poverty reduction that Nigeria aspires to. Solution 2 is innovative finance. For women who are not in extreme poverty but already are running small enterprises, it is urgent to improve their access to credit with innovative financing. Number 4 on the Renewed Hope agenda is access to capital. While 56% of women entrepreneurs report having a loan application rejected, against 17% of men, that's 3 times as many. With such low access to credit, women are only able to invest a fraction of what men can invest in their businesses. And why do women have such low access to capital? One of the main reasons is that they do not have the collateral that they need to take out loans, in large part because social norms, marriage, and inheritance practices limit their access to assets. Since women are not inherently worse entrepreneurs than men, alternative loans that do not require collateral are needed to boost the potential of their businesses. I'll give the example of psychometric credit scoring, which is a simple, interactive assessment taken by an individual on a tablet. The assessment literally measures the mind using the latest big data and machine learning technology, and it can evaluate the likelihood of repayment of a loan by a borrower with very high accuracy. Using psychometric credit scoring leads to repayment rates that are the same as with traditional collateral-based selection of borrowers. This is a solution that can be scaled up to boost access to capital for Nigerian women. The Women Entrepreneurship Finance Initiative is already working with banks to expand access to finance for women-owned firms by piloting and evaluating other financial innovations, such as low collateral loans. And more of these solutions should be facilitated and promoted. Naturally, one of the biggest ways to increase women's access to capital is to increase their access to land ownership. This brings me to the third solution, securing women's land rights. Women in Nigeria individually own only 8% of all plots in the country, and men own 70%. Widows often lose access to their land because they do not have a registered land title. The lack of land tenure security for women is currently a major obstacle to women's economic opportunities as farmers and business owners, and a major obstacle for economic growth in the country. Giving a woman a land title would make it more profitable for her to invest in her land and would serve as collateral to obtain credit. I want to tell you about a simple solution that works. In a land titling program, we subsidize the cost of the title if the name of the wife was registered as a co-owner. That increased co-titling by 50% and didn't decrease the overall demand for land titling. This means that the obstacle to putting a woman's name on the title alongside her husband's could be lifted with a very small financial incentive, which helped overcome the social norm obstacle. Such a solution has already been piloted in Nigeria, in Kaduna State, and it's time to scale it up within all land titling programs. Solution number 4 is delaying childbearing of adolescent girls, which has enormous potential for the Nigerian economy and for the girls themselves. When they have their first child in their 20s rather than in their teens, not only is it good for their health, but they are able to get a full education, which will help them get a better job and be more productive adults. Delayed childbearing also means a drop in fertility for the country, which will be key to getting the benefits of what we call the demographic dividend, when a large, young, working-age population can drive economic growth through productive jobs. Delaying childbearing is an essential component of achieving point 3 of the Renewed Hope Agenda, which is economic growth and job creation. There are some very concrete ways to support adolescent girls. One way that works is to set up clubs for them where they can meet safely with a mentor and talk about their concerns, boys, school, and learn new skills. They learn life skills, reproductive health skills, and also some technical and business skills to help them with their income-generating activities down the line. Such a program has been shown to decrease the likelihood of the girls of having a child by 1/4 and to increase their earnings by 200%. This model is now being followed in Nigeria with the Agile project, which is offering these safe spaces to girls in their schools in which they can learn life skills and digital skills. The Agile project is already reaching 1.6 million girls in the country. Can it be scaled up to reach all the adolescent girls who need it? And once these girls and women do start childbearing, how will they combine generating income with looking after their children in an environment where they do most of the childcare? Providing women with childcare services is the 5th solution I want to propose today. Everyone in this room who has children knows how hard it is to do work and look after your children at the same time. That is true for office work, it's true to run a business, even a small stall on a market, and it's true for farm work. Small children need to be watched, they need to be fed, they need to be protected from the elements, and maybe most importantly, they need to be stimulated. That burden most often falls on women while they're also working. For more inclusivity, point 5 on the agenda, and economic growth, point 3 on the agenda, providing women with this essential service should be a priority. And childcare services work even in rural areas. We have evidence from several countries that women who are able to leave their children in a childcare center during the workday earn more, are more financially resilient. Their households have higher incomes and their children have better development outcomes. Even in remote rural areas, women do leave their children in a childcare center for 5 or 6 hours a day. It is time for Nigeria to pilot such programs, evaluate them, and scale them up. In conclusion, by our calculations, Nigeria is leaving at least 7 trillion naira on the table every year because of gender inequalities. To fix this, we have to go big, with scalable solutions that work for women and girls and for the economy as a whole. This Gender and Inclusion Summit is time to make decisions about programs to pilot and programs to scale up, because scaling up effective solutions and government programs will be essential to achieving the goal of gender equality and inclusive growth. I presented 5 solutions that could make a difference to women and girls and the country as a whole, and all contribute to the government's Renewed Hope Agenda. These 5 solutions are printed on a card that you may have received, and if you didn't receive a card, please come pick up a policy brief that summarizes all 5 solutions at the booth outside of this room. And keep them close and handy, because now is the time for action. Thank you, and looking forward to discussing with our eminent panelists how these solutions could be integrated in their work.
Thank you, Julia, for that incredibly informative presentation. And I'm sure it will lay an important foundation for the discussion that we're about to have. So before I call up our speakers, I'll take a few moments just to set the stage and provide some context and give us all a collective sense of what our expected outcomes and hopes are coming out of today's session. So as we know, we've been talking about this, women's economic empowerment really is a combination of access to skills, resources, and institutions, along with the power, the self-agency to actually manifest. And the combination of this access to resources and agency is critical to ensuring that women in our communities can be economically empowered. Some of the strategies that can make a difference in this regard, and we are already seeing some examples of those in the Nigeria context, include legal reforms, the strengthening of gender-responsive social protection and public service delivery, quotas for women's representation, this is extremely important, and support for women's movements at all levels. So the session that we're about to have will look at the ways, some of the innovative solutions and evidence-backed solutions that are currently being implemented across government, the private sector, and elsewhere to ensure women's economic empowerment. Now, as the country moves towards sustainable and inclusive development and government moves towards trying to reach its goal of lifting 100 million people out of poverty by 2030, building the human capital of women and girls and ensuring that they're economically empowered and they have access to economic opportunities and are able to join and participate in the labor force is absolutely critical. This is not a nice to have, it is an integral element of any progressive economic strategy. In fact, according to recent data from the Nigeria General Household, there continue to be large disparities between the incomes of men and women across different sectors, including agriculture, self-employment, and otherwise. And some of the factors that exacerbate these are things that many of us know in this room: lack of access to resources, lack of access to capital, wage disparity, and of course, issues around the unpaid care economy. So for this panel, we're going to focus on a number of different areas represented in our group: economic empowerment generally, issues of how we overcome stereotypes, how do we leverage our traditional rulers, our communities to address issues around women's empowerment, how are we exploring innovative solutions to ensure financial literacy and access to capital, and also how are we understanding this intersection between gender and economic power in all its dimensions, whether it's socioeconomical status, your rural or urban location, your ethnic background, etc. How does this intersection manifest to ensure to prevent women from being economically empowered, and how can we broker solutions that address these issues? Ultimately, a core theme that runs across here and that's critical is that we need to ensure that women have the agency and the autonomy to take the lead and to be empowered. So access without that agency and autonomy is not enough. So we'll be delving into the ways in which our speakers are addressing that particular nexus. And so several of the things that we hope to come out of this, as I said earlier, is that we want to explore these innovative approaches. We want to look at potential areas of collaborative strategy. What can we take forward based on the examples that are set before us? How can we deepen partnership to ensure collective success? And how can we ensure and support government in ensuring that there are focused policies that can be adapted for future policy action that are integrated and really have at their center women's empowerment, not just in women's affairs, but across all sectors, across fiscal policy, across critical sectors such as agriculture, health, education, and really in innovative ways that unlock our full potential. So with that, I'd like to introduce our distinguished panel. I will say that the Honorable Minister of State, Labor and Employment is currently detained at another high-level event. She will be joining us as soon as she's able to make it. So we'll proceed. She's given us the go-ahead to proceed without her. We also have Alhaji Mustafa Abida Sarkin Dawakin Nupe was not able to join us. He is on an assignment that has been given to him by the governor of his state, and he sends his apologies and his regards. We have joining us virtually from Washington, D.C., Ms. Hannah Brixey, who is the Global Director of Gender at the World Bank. We have in the room with us Mrs. Hadiza Ambursa. I'd like to call you up. Mrs. Ambursa is the Executive Director, Commercial Banking for Access Bank. You are welcome. We also have joining us His Royal Highness Eze Ariwodu Wogu, past chairman of the Aba North Traditional Ruling Council. Your Excellency, you are most welcome. Please, a round of applause. So we will start with Mrs. Hadiza Ambursa, since the Honorable Minister is not yet with us. So we know that innovating finance is highlighted as one of the core areas that could help close gender gaps, especially in terms of performance between male and female entrepreneurs. How is Access Bank working to increase women's access to finance? And what types of innovative financing solutions is it developing and offering to women?
Thank you, and good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today. At Access Bank, we've always thought that the women's sector is very important. As far back as 20 years ago, actually, we started talking about how we could intervene and help the women in the country generally. So we went through a lot of different permutations and calculations, because really the cost of financing in Nigeria, as we all know, is really expensive. Subsequently, we had several conversations with organizations like the IFC, who actually gave us our first intervention funding for women. We had a big launch in, I think it was 2006. Then it was about $15 million, which we were able to convert and lend to women at a lower rate than is available generally in the market. And following that, we've done several of these with different development finance institutions across the world. I would say that in the last 17 years, we've availed maybe a total of about 250 billion equivalent to the women's sector and lending at these rates that are below market. In addition, the collateral, which Julia had talked about being such a difficult thing for women, is something we've also looked at, and we've come up with more innovative ways to lend without asking for the full collateral. So we ask for a little less collateral and some innovative types of collateral, and in some cases for women, separate from what we typically would do in the average business place. Beyond the financing, though, I just wanted to add that we've realized that it's not just the financing, it's also ensuring that the women have the financial literacy to run the businesses. So we have a W Academy. So we have a whole team actually focused on women in the bank. So we have a W Academy wherein we have training programs across the country, and we don't just do them in the major states, we do them all across the country and in several communities as well. We do wellness programs because the women have to be well and fit to run the businesses and feed the household, so we have those as well. Health and wellness checks, food as well, where necessary. We have webinars, we have mentoring programs. We also do a competition annually wherein we It's sort of like a pitch-a-thon, wherein you pitch your ideas, you go through a whole competition, and the winners end up with a grant. I think we've given out about $110,000 equivalent in grants to about 50 women to help promote their businesses. In recent times, we're also working with the subnationals, the state governments, to see how we can also lend to women in their communities at lower rates. So there's a whole structure we're working on which would enable us hopefully to lend at sub 10% to women in the states who are willing to work with us. So that's also an area that we've tried to be innovative. The final thing I'll talk about is the agri sector, because the agri sector is important to us, but we've realized that most of the players in the sector today, in the formal sector today, are male. So we've decided that we should focus a bit on that sector as well to provide financing for women, and that's something that's work in progress. Recently, we actually signed off a deal with the European Investment Bank, wherein we got some funding, and this is long-term because also tenor is a problem for financing in Nigeria, and we're able to lend up to 12 years on that financing. And 30% of it is dedicated to women. So I think as a bank, we've done quite a bit in terms of finding innovative ways to finance women. And I think other banks are catching up as well. So once there are quite a significant number of us doing it, we'll be able to feel the impact in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And before we proceed, I'd like to call up another member, Mr. Shubham Chaudhuri, Country Director of the World Bank. He will join us up on stage now and will deliver closing remarks at the end of this session. Mr. Shubham, please join us. Give him a round of applause. Okay, so we've heard about how access to finance is a critical catalyst for women's empowerment and the ways in which Access Bank is ensuring that in the banking and innovative space. We now turn to Your Excellency, who, as we all know, has been an exemplary leader in your space around women's empowerment issues. And you can speak to us, sir, about the transformative link between land ownership and women's economic empowerment, specifically in Abia State. And would you also, sir, explore the visionary role of traditional rulers such as yourself, Excellency, in the way that you navigate the path towards gender-inclusive land rights, unlocking opportunities for women to thrive and contribute to local economies and shape a more equitable future in a way that balances community interests and also brings everyone along?
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. The issue of this gender equality or whatever thing we talk about, coming to right to inheritance of property and so on. Luckily, my former governor, Dr. Kezel, just left here a few minutes ago. And I think it wasn't just a mere coincidence that today is exactly 1 year he signed that bill in Abia State, which legalized the right of women to inheritance of land and property in Abia State. So in Abia State, I don't think anybody has a problem with that, because we, as traditional rulers, we are supposed to be custodians of the culture. But you agree with me, the culture does not operate outside the ambit of the constitution of the land. Because if you take back about this culture, I remember what used to happen in my grandfather's time, my forefather's time. Things very barbaric happened then. But now, they no longer happen, simple because the constitution of the federation has come along and then, prohibited such actions. And as so it is, my view of all this is that these things are very possible if we, when I say we, I mean everybody, both the male child, the female child, the Nigerian citizens, if we all agree that this is the way we want to go, we can do it. After all, what is the difference between a girl child and a boy child? What exactly is the difference? Many of us, we attend the same school, we attended the same school, and in certain cases, the female child, some of them excelled even more than the male child. We've been into the same various areas, maybe in working places, and you see the female child doing extremely well. Some of them became executives before the male child, and that doesn't take away anything from us.
So let me say something. You asked of my opinion as a traditional ruler and how it is operated in my own area. In my area, female or girl child have the right to own properties. And we've started, since this law was passed, it started taking root. But one thing is that it didn't go as you expect, just to, at once, everybody to imbibe it. There are still certain sections that will be resisting. But it's a gradual something. Like I think the last speaker said, there must be an agreement, an understanding. Maybe you compensate something. The women somebody has got to compensate something for these things. There's got to be a balance where I say, you get this and we get that. After all, it is for the interest of everybody. It's not for the interest of the girl child alone. I tell you, if this empowerment or whatever you call it has to do in a number of ways. You have to also consider, you see that she made a good point when you talk about delaying the childbearing age of the adolescent girls. You go to our communities, you see so many young girls, some having 4 children, 5 children, ask them, they barely finished even their junior secondary school. They are underage. And then you are burdening them with 4 children. They have no livelihood, no source of livelihood to run it. So there is a very big responsibility for the traditional ruler here. You've got to find out these people. When you talk about giving scholarship, you are giving scholarship to intelligent people. What of these girls that stop schooling somewhere? Scholarship could be extended to skill acquisition. Scholarship could be extended to, trade, anything. So get to know about their need and then do something. I tell you, like in my community today, we have a scholarship scheme we started some 15 years ago. We started with as little as 500,000. Today, it has gone up to millions of naira. But now, we've started to include some married ladies, those who were married into the community without finishing their schools. So we have to help them. Those who are ready to read, you give them sort of a scholarship. Are you ready to read? Is your husband ready to allow you to go and read? Yes. You go in. The community sponsors you. You did not finish your school side. You want to do some trade, you want to acquire some skill? Yes. We pay for it. There are quite a number of them. So what I'm trying to say here is that there are many ways. It's not only by land issue. After all, if you come to certain areas, like in my own area, in my local government, it's an urbanized area. How much land is in the custody of the traditional rulers these days? Every land is under the government. By the land use decree even, they took away every land from the traditional institution to the authority of the governors. So the traditional ruler can do very little about giving you land. It's the governor that can give land. Even your own ancestral land is under the authority of His Excellency, if you don't know. So what I'm trying to say is, we should not limit this thing, looking at it as power of inheritance as only as it regards to land. It's just an empowerment which you can translate through other means to empower the girl child to be more useful in society.
Thank you very much. There's so much wisdom in what you shared. I think you started by emphasizing that culture, tradition exists within the context of our Constitution and our laws more broadly. And I think that is such a great perspective to have. You also spoke about the relationship between traditional rulers and governments within states, and also this idea of taking the time to bring people along, and the idea of compromise, that even as we're looking for progress, we need to sort of think about what trade-offs can be made. You mentioned that obviously there would be some challenges with bringing people along. Would you mind sharing maybe some of the key approaches that you take? Let's say if you're approaching a set of stakeholders that are very critical, but are having a bit of difficulty coming into the fold, what are some of the ways in which you broker that buy-in as a traditional ruler?
Come again.
When there are people that don't agree, that don't want to participate, and what are some of the specific approaches? Let's say if the audience is having to do this similar work in their communities, maybe not necessarily as a ruler, but just as a citizen, trying to get people to come together and agree, for example, on an issue around girl-child education or land rights. What are some of the approaches that you would recommend that will help them bring people to the table to agree?
Yeah, I think normally the structure in the traditional institution is such that you have a community or a council where you have to discuss issues. When you talk about these customs and so on, or these norms you talk about that have been existing, this council has been the guidance of these norms and whatever it is. So for you to take any decision about them, you still have, the council still has to come around. When you are going away from the certain norms, like when you say, like I mentioned, try now to empower the girl child, maybe with the community resources or so on, it's something you still put the council together. It has got to be an agreement of the entire council. The entire council. That is the only way you can get it going. And of course, in the council, by empowering some of them, you bring even the ladies into that council. Once you have them, they advocate for the right of the, yes, they are there, they are part of it. So even those outside, when a decision is taken, they will not feel not being part of it. They will know that somebody, their own person or their own gender was there at the point of discussing these policies.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please. So at this point, we'll move to Ms. Hannah Brixey. I see you there, Hannah. Okay, great. So we've heard about what's happening in the private sector and the ways in which traditional rulers are facilitating issues around land ownership and other economic empowerment. We'll soon hear from the Honorable Minister of State around some of government's work. But can you share with us how the World Bank is supporting the government of Nigeria in its efforts to implement these types of interventions and how you're helping us bring them to scale?
Involve boys as well as involve girls toward gender equality. Now, a recent World Bank report found that women in the economy, due to these disadvantages, due to constraints in accessing information and inputs from land to finances, that women have much lower earnings than men, even for the same effort. So let's take women farmers. On average in Nigeria, addressing these constraints based on our calculation would increase the Nigerian economy, expanding economy, by $9.3 billion US. So that is 2.3% of Nigerian GDP. In other words, just addressing the gender constraints facing female farmers and businessmen and employees would benefit everyone. Now, globally, the World Bank is working on multiple fronts to help accelerate progress towards gender equality. We engage towards gender equality around 3 drivers of change. The first is innovation, so evidence-based solution, and I'll give you examples from our Nigeria program. The second is financing. And the third, increasingly, is collective action. So let me tell you more about this. So first, innovation. In many countries, including Nigeria, the World Bank is developing, piloting, and testing, and evaluating solutions that may work, and then supporting government to bring solutions that work to scale. We are also promoting learning from and refining solutions that are initiated locally. Now, Julia discussed the example of economic inclusion program, combining cash with interventions such as access to information, technical assistance, and economic opportunities, or small entrepreneurship and improvements in livelihoods. Now, this is done as part of social safety nets in Nigeria and also in many other countries, and with very strong positive results when it comes to opportunities for women that bring income to their entire household. There are also other projects such as the World Bank supported Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment in Nigeria. This is state against gender-based violence for respect girls and women, and to promote gender equality as human right and also as essential for strong communities and families. Now, the second driver of change is financing, and that involves securing and allocating resources effectively for gender equality, and this must be done through the public sector and also can be done through the private sector. So in Nigeria, the World Bank is working, of course, with partners in this financing for gender equality outcomes. Also supporting the government to use public finance towards solutions that work. So supporting good integration of gender analysis in public finance policies, both on the revenue side and the expenditure side. And also in the private sector, so for example, the World Bank focuses on good stakeholder women entrepreneurship finance initiative, which works with Nigeria's financial intermediaries to expand access to capital for women and farmers. Now, the third driver of change is collective action. And here, based on evidence, we have to realize that gender equality, to make progress for gender equality, this requires sustained engagement by a wide range of actors, including influencers such as traditional rulers or local villages leaders, because to make progress for gender equality, it does require also addressing harmful gender norms Nigeria for Women project, where the World Bank supported the government in coordinating with civil society organizations and the private sector to institutionalize women affinity groups and platforms for women's economic empowerment and to enhance economic opportunities of unbanked women. So these are just a few examples. Personally, I am truly impressed by the excellent momentum and the excellent collaboration that already has been in place. I'm sure Shubham will share many more insights. But from the global perspective, what I would like to highlight is that some of the examples, some of the programs toward gender equality in Nigeria are really examples of best practice and also an inspiration also that we are sharing with other countries. So let me stop here, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grixey. And I'd love to follow up, if you wouldn't mind, with just an additional question. Knowing that the bank recently, I think last year, launched an investment in care program. Increasingly, especially post-COVID, there's been a lot of emphasis on the unpaid care economy and investments in that and how that can further unlock women's economic empowerment and access to the labor market. In recent years, in the last few years, and there's been increasing data, increasing work on the continent, a lot of which is being led by your team at the bank in the diagnostic lab. So can you share a little bit of some of that and some of the ways in which we can integrate that in the Nigeria context? Is she gone? Is she still with us?
Of care.
Oh.
Women and or more broadly families have access to childcare services that companies benefit and the productivity increases by 10%. So there is a clear correlation also between the ability of employees to rely on childcare services and their productivity at work. And of course, this also then translates into tax revenues for the government. So the World Bank is supporting through this Invest in Childcare initiative, is supporting countries to test and pilot solutions that could work, how to expand access to affordable childcare, and also how to ensure quality of childcare. And with the Invest in Childcare initiative, there are opportunities to test different approaches, evaluate what works, and then work with governments to bring those solutions that work to scale.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please. So I've just been informed that unfortunately, due to another high-level engagement, the Honorable Minister Onyeji Ocha, Minister of State for Labor and Employment, is not going to be joining us. So at this point, we will move into a very brief Q&A session. We're mindful of time, and so we'll take one or two questions from the audience. I believe there are colleagues walking in the audience. Do we have by a show of hands, do we have any questions? Okay, we have a gentleman right here. So we have, okay, and another gentleman in white here. I'm being told about time. We do have a lady, only two. So for gender balance, I'm sorry, we'll go with this lady right here in the third row.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kajoen Ogbadun. When His Excellency was talking, he makes mention of scholarship, and that was where my question is coming from. When you look at the scholarship given in the whole world, they look at the best, and we are here to talk about inclusion and for the less privileged and the vulnerable one. So those that did not have that higher IQ to be the best, like the other that were giving scholarship, what are they doing for those ones that are vulnerable and less privileged and they cannot perform like the other ones? Thank you.
You raise your hand, yeah? You raised your hand?
Yes, I did. Okay. Good evening to the panelists and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Angela Olofo Adeoye. My question is, studies have shown that women, when given access to financial credit, have the ability to pay back. So my question to the World Bank is that, what is the World Bank doing to build on the social credibility of women in terms of giving out finances for empowerment? Because we know that the commercial banks have a high rate of asking for high collateral that these women don't have because they are highly impoverished. So is there anything the World Bank is doing to build on the social capital of these women in terms of making finance accessible to them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Royal Highness, would you like to take the first question on scholarships, or would anybody else like to take it? You can. Yes, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. I think the first question about the scholarship, I think that was directed to me. Gentlemen, look at it. Scholarship, like you said, rightly said, is meant for the intelligent people with very high IQ. You give them scholarship to go and do something. But that does not mean that you neglect those who don't have that IQ, that is equivalent IQ. Those are still your citizens. They are still people. You've got to find a way to empower them. Even if it means going to the same scholarship fund, use it. They may want to learn trade. They may want to do something, acquire some skill. It depends on the interpretation you are giving the scholarship. But for me, at that level, the scholarship is spread out. You want to use it for academics, you can use it for your skill acquisition. Everything is just the same thing. The whole thing is training and empowering the girl child. That's the way we look at it.
Thank you. And I believe the second question was directed at Ms. Brixey from the World Bank around what the bank is doing for women in the finances space.
Access to financing for women. A few examples from the World Bank side. There has been support in a number of countries to financial sector reforms so as to improve regulations, but also to provide more training to address bias, often unconscious bias when it comes to employees of commercial banks and their approach to women entrepreneurs. So there is one bucket of operations. The second bucket of operations is more kind of working with women, supporting savings groups, and supporting kind of building the social capital at the community level that provides women with opportunities to start, to have access to small, with often microcredit, but this way also build their credibility and with support, with technical assistance, with mentoring and coaching, then be able to access financing also through commercial banks. But let me give you one example that is now very recent, and that is many commercial banks in many countries do not collect sex disaggregated data on their portfolio. So there is actually little information on the specific proportions of women entrepreneurs and male entrepreneurs in the portfolio of financial institutions. So it makes more difficult for financial institutions also to be held accountable for their decisions. So the World Bank Group recently launched a new initiative through the WeFi partnership, which is called WeFinance. So it's a new initiative that supports commercial banks to collect sex disaggregated data and to make this data available. And this can create a bit of a peer pressure on commercial banks to provide more of a balanced access to credit by women entrepreneurs as well as men entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much. And with that, we come to the close of this panel. And I'd like to really thank our esteemed panelists. We've heard across community engagement, the private sector, and also in terms of the World Bank support, the ways in which innovation is happening. And for me, so much has resonated, but I think Ms. Brixey's very last example is a good one because it demonstrates that innovation doesn't have to be this complicated thing. It can be as simple as helping commercial banks disaggregate their data. So when we're looking at women's empowerment, innovation is even just ensuring that the fundamentals around having the core data that we need is being done. It also means that we leverage traditional rulers such as His Royal Highness who are working diligently in their communities to bring those rights to women and to girls and to broker trust. It's also about the ways in which banks are leading the charge, such as Access Bank, to address issues around collateral for women owners. So again, please let's have a round of applause for our panel. I'd like to welcome Mr. Shubham Chaudhuri, who's been waiting very patiently to come up to the podium, or you can stay there if you prefer, and deliver some closing remarks. Thank you. A round of applause.
So good afternoon, everyone, or good evening. Your Royal Highness, thank you so much for joining us. Madam, all the speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and Nabila, our distinguished moderator, for, look, I think a lot has been said. I think for this audience, I hope this, you may have known a lot of this already. The fact that gender equality is something that's not just the right thing to strive for, but the smart thing to strive for, right? That it is something that will help individual families, it will help communities, and ultimately it will help the nation. You heard specific examples of scalable solutions that Julia mentioned, where Nigeria right now, the evidence shows there are huge pronounced gender inequalities that can be closed. Now, it's one thing to say they're scalable, that the evidence is there. Second step is understanding, and to help the understanding is advocacy. Many of you in this room, presumably you're here because you're part of that, you want to be part of that effort to make the case for gender equality. So at the World Bank, we certainly can help in terms of the evidence to give you, for those who need persuading, that this matters and that it can really help Nigeria realize its full potential. So that's great. But then there comes time for financing but also beyond that, action. And I think that's the hardest part. Again, we are supporting Nigeria with financing. You heard about the Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment. A particular program that I see many members of the team here, Nigeria for Women. You talked about building on the social capital of women. That program is entirely about that. About helping women come together, women's affinity groups, where they need help with financial literacy, so that it starts with first a voluntary savings association where they pool their funds, but eventually the idea is to help connect them to the formal economy, to economic opportunities, and to connect them to banks. So there are all these initiatives, but so the thing I want to end with though is, ultimately this is, and I think Nabila, you mentioned this, evidence and all of that economic stuff is fine, but ultimately it's about agency. And that's a political matter. And, one of the, I'm from India. So in India, sometime in the early 90s, there was a constitutional amendment that required a certain number of seats, political roles to be reserved for women at all levels, from the village level up to the parliament, the National Assembly, that a certain fraction had to go to women. What was interesting is there was a study done after that, so that passed, it took work, passed, so you had women who, through certain constituencies, certain communities, where the leaders, elected leaders had to be women, the study was done on what kind of difference that made. And that, to me, was striking. That once, what government spends money on, okay? Whether you have a woman as the political leader, as the political principal making that decision, matters. And that you saw these clear differences between the choices that were made by elected female officials, leaders, in terms of how they spent government funds, where they directed their attention, what kinds of policies they, help support. So I think that is really beyond the evidence and the financing that we can provide. What is up to all of you is to really make the case for political action. And that's when you will see these gaps start to close. So thank you for joining us. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much, Shubham. And with that, we close this session. Thank you all. And again, thank you to all our distinguished speakers.
Thank you, Nabila. Thank you so much. Can we have a picture right away with all the panelists? Would like all World Bank officials to please step forward for the picture. All World Bank officials, kindly join them on stage for this picture, please. And Dr. Sasi, please. Can we have all our World Bank officials? Oh, yes. Oh, CEO, please. Yes. And the chairman as well. Pardon me. Yes, we want the chairman PIC, the CEO, NESG, and all World Bank officials. Please, let's step forward. Let's have this picture together on stage. Please, please. Catch here, please. Join us. Thank you. Please join us. Thank you so much. Mr. Sullivan, also, thank you so much. Yes, let's be on stage. Let's just, photographers, are we ready? Let's do this. Let's arrange. Yes, let's take charge, arrange, and have this picture. I think we would need to move in a little bit. Very well, very well. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. Can we do the beauty bridges sign? Beauty bridges this way? Yes, yes. Brilliant. 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 Thank you so much. A very warm round of applause to all our distinguished guests. Please, I want to hear that applause, roar and thunder. Let it roar and thunder. Let it roar and thunder. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. And so we have come to the very last thing in this historic and momentous summit. And I will call up my colleagues to handle or anchor this very final part, we've got the presentation of prizes to some select people in the house. And after this, we will call it quits for the year. But the work will continue, of course, post-summit. Lots of recommendations and strategies that we need to work hard together to mainstream. Without further ado, I'd like to call up stage Jessica Vaporaye and Akinwumi Akinola. Please, a round of applause for these wonderful people as they take the stage. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jessica Vaporaye. And in September 2023, the Policy Innovation Center put out a call for abstracts for researchers across Nigeria. And in total, we received 66 abstracts. And out of the 66 abstracts, we had 12 reviewers do a double-sided blind review. And in total, we had 32 successful abstracts, and they were guided by 10 tracks, which include addressing gaps in gender-inclusive programming and adaptive approaches to disability-inclusive development. So the top 10 oral abstracts all presented their abstracts today, and out of the 10 abstracts, we have a top 3. So.
Okay, thank you so much, Jessica. She was behind the entire screening process, and I think she deserves a round of applause. Can you help me celebrate her for that? Thank you so much. To do justice to the presentation of the certificate, I'd like to invite up Kajashila Nwanto, Senior Program Officer, Global Policy and Advocacy, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Please, can you give her a warm applause as she makes her way forward? And with a short remark.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the past 48, well, not up to 48 hours, but the past 2 days. I think it's been an incredible conference or summit, and it's really been inspiring to be part of all the conversations. And looking forward to the winners of these amazing oral presentations that we had over the past 2 days. I hope some of you got to hear them. The research covered gender-based violence, care, and several other topics related to gender equality, even trade and health. And then, of course, we have the art segment, which we'll go into shortly as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Without much ado, I'd like to first call on the winners of the creative call in no particular order. Anicho Stella Chukudi, please can you make your way forward? Please give her a warm applause. Also, Dada Oluwani Femi Emmanuel, can you make your way forward? Enoch Nwakaku. And Bamai Emmanuel, can you make your way forward? These are our winners for the creative call. Of course, my colleague has talked about the rigor that went into the entire process. And so I would have Kachia present to them. Bamai Emmanuel first. Is Bamai Emmanuel in the house? Okay. Enoch? Okay. Dada? Anicho? I'm always pointing. Thank you. A group picture all together. You may want to join. Yes. Can we give them a round of applause once again? Suffice to also mention that their presentations are outside and they are open for, they are priced presentations. So if you will be interested in some of this artwork, please, they are open for purchases. I would like to invite forward, and this is a momentous occasion, they don't know, the winners of the oral presentation which you just witnessed. I will start with the third position, and the third position has, apart from also being presented with the certificate, will also have 50% scholarship to our gender and development course. And for the third position, I'd like to call Afiz Olajire. Afiz Olajire. Please make her feel well as he makes his way forward. For the second position, thank you so much. For the second position, I'd like to call Ayobambo Jegede. Ayobambo Jegede, where are you? Ayobambo Jegede. Okay. And then for the first position, I'd like to call Fatima Jibril Abdul Dayan. Thank you. Please celebrate her once again. And she will have a full scholarship to PIC's Gender and Development course. Group photograph, everyone.
All right, a warm round of applause again. Thank you so much. Let's give a warm round of applause again to all the recipients of the gift. Please, let's do it wonderfully. Let's round of applause again. Round of applause, everybody. All right. So we have come to the end of this summit, and we are going to take our vote of thanks. All right, thank you very much. Just needed to check up and be sure of something. So like I said, we're taking a vote of thanks, and to do that will be the CEO designate of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, Dr. Tayo Adeloju, represented by the Executive Director of the Policy Innovation Center, Dr. Osasu Idirisu. Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. as she gives a vote of thanks.
Thank you so much to every single one of you. Thank you so much for your presence, your participation. It's been 2 full days of learning, engaging, discussions. Thank you so much for making this happen. And on behalf of the board and management of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and the Policy Innovation Center, I'd like to thank every single person for their participation, your support, and your presence. We would especially want to appreciate Dr. Jamila Ibrahim, the Honorable Minister of Youth Development, Dr. Tunji Alausa, the Honorable Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare. We would like to thank the former Governor of Abia State, Dr. Okezie Victor Ikpeazu. We want to thank Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika, our keynote speaker, the convener of the International Women Leadership Conference. Thank you to Dr. Charity Chenge, who gave the keynote address on behalf of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We would want to thank all our partners for making this happen. Thanks to, first of all, to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the United Nations Children's Fund, the World Bank, the Nigeria Gender Innovation Lab, the United Nations Development Program, Pathfinder, JPAL, Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Foundation, Michigan State University, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, ACE Strategy, Fin Equity, Self-Help Africa, Worthy, Eden, Joint National Association of Persons with Disability. Thank you so much. Without you, this summit will not take place, and we will not be celebrating the success of 2 packed days just having conversations about gender inclusion in trade and health. I would finally want to thank the local organizing committee for the summit, and if you're here, please could you just come up so we recognize you and take pictures together. Please just make your way up. Local organizing committee members for the summit, please come up stage, and let's clap for them too. And then also the staff of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and the Policy Innovation Center, please can you join us upstage for a picture? I would like to ask our CEO, Mr. Laye Jayola, and our chairman, Mr. Udeme Ufo, to join us for these pictures.
To appear like a speaker.
Okay, I can go down.
It's fine. Okay. Yeah, because Doctor, this is yours.
No, some will be up.
Some should be up.
Ah, they've called come down. Some up. Oh yes, let's stay up. Let's stay. We'll stay here. Yes, I'm okay. Come on now. You guys should come up here too. They know they see you.
For you?
We're done. So thank you so much, everyone. Finally, the plane has landed. GS23 has reached its arrival point. Thank you for coming. Have a good evening. We love you too.
So,
sorry, we don't finish. Nothing, I don't tell them.
Lunch. You told
Yes,
them
lunch.
that's
Where is it? Please, as you step out, lunch is ready, lunch is served.
As you step out?
As you step out to your yes, the back door on your left. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, a number of persons must have gotten, a number of organizations here, I'm certain you got an invitation to a cocktail. It's going to start by 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Please, if you were invited for a cocktail, ensure that, 5 p.m., not 6 p.m. 5 p.m. Yes, our cocktail will start by 5 p.m. For those of you who got the invitation to the cocktail, please ensure that you are present. The information on the venue was given to you and the time as well. I am announcing now, 5 p.m. Let's meet together at the cocktail. Thank you very much and see you again next year. You did not? For those who were invited to the cocktail.
I am.